Chapter 244. Lan Duofu knew that he had been too arrogant and had caused Xiaoyang to remember him. He immediately apologized to Xiaoyang. "Cousin Xiaoyang, I was wrong before. I sincerely apologize to you. I've lost. I'm not your opponent. I hope you can keep me in your heart." He knew very well that if it wasn't for the Lan family's old ancestors' help, he would have been dead by now. One must know that even if the Lan family's old ancestor made a move, he would have failed the first time. He had to use all his strength to save Lan Duofu the second time. Perhaps others wouldn't understand, but as the person involved, Lan Duofu couldn't be any clearer. From this, it could be seen that Xiaoyang's cultivation was on par with the Lan family's old ancestor. After coming to this conclusion, Lan Duofu was once again shocked. My God, how old is this Xiaoyang? He actually has a cultivation that's comparable to the Lan family's old ancestor. His future is simply limitless. To think that I'm looking for trouble with this kind of person. Isn't this just making things difficult for me? Lan Duofu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He immediately took out a storage ring from his body and used his cultivation to send it to Xiaoyang. He apologized again. "Cousin Xiaoyang, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. This is my filial piety to you. Look, let's turn big things into small things and small things into nothing. How about it? Don't worry, I'll take a detour when I see you in the future." This could be considered as another disguised form of submission to Xiaoyang. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone. Lan Jiaoye, Lan Jiaoshui, Chen Duo, Lan Duogoe, and a few others who knew Xiaoyang revealed smiles on their faces. They knew that Xiaoyang was extraordinary and couldn't be easily offended. Now it was just as they thought. Look at how arrogant and despotic Lan Duofu was before. Wasn't he taught a lesson to be more obedient than a dog? On the contrary, the other Lan family's disciples felt like they had been F***ed. They felt suffocated and depressed, as if they couldn't figure out the situation. Wasn't Lan Duofu the one who shouted the most fiercely before? How could he compromise and beg for mercy without any dignity? They were very disappointed in Randolph. On the contrary, the big boss, the chief instructor, and the other high-level officials were all deep in thought. They found that Xiaoyang was even more powerful than a few days ago. He was so powerful that they didn't even dare to imagine it. No wonder Xiaoyang had the qualifications to be proud. The Lan family patriarch also looked at Xiaoyang with a profound gaze. For a moment, even though he was a fifth-level martial ancestor, he felt that Xiaoyang had become unfathomable. Xiaoyang had a faint smile on his face. He hesitated for a moment in response to Lan Duofu's pleading for mercy, then took the storage ring and sent his divine sense into it. After inspecting it, he didn't find anything good, so he simply gave it back to Lan Duofu and said with a cold smile, "Take back your things and don't ever appear in front of me again. Otherwise, even your patriarchs won't be able to protect you." Yes. I'll get out of here and go into seclusion. Lan Duofu now respected Xiaoyang as if he was a celestial being. He didn't dare to disobey or contradict him. He was someone who had just returned from the gates of hell. Of course, he didn't want to make another trip. If he couldn't make it back, then he would be playing with his life. Originally, he thought that he would have to pay a high price to obtain Xiaoyang's forgiveness. Now that Xiaoyang returned the storage ring to him with a look of disdain, he secretly rejoiced. The things in the storage ring were all of Lan Duofu's belongings. They were worthless to Xiaoyang, but to him, they were much more important. After all, he wasn't a high-class, fierce person like Xiaoyang. After he bowed to Xiaoyang, he immediately turned around and left. He had to find a place to recuperate. Otherwise, his injuries would affect his cultivation. He tightened his grip on the storage ring in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the cultivation resources in the storage ring were still there, then there was hope for him to recover from his injuries in a short period of time. However, after thinking about it, he felt extremely humiliated. The cultivation resources that he cherished so much were actually looked down upon by Xiaoyang. From this, It could be seen that Xiao Yang's wealth was much more substantial, which made Xiao Yang's status even more prominent. Xiao Yang was full of confidence. Victory was in his grasp. At this moment, he was like the number one person on the stage. He faced the numerous disciples of the Lan clan and spoke calmly. I've said it before. You're all a bunch of trash. You want to challenge me? You're overestimating yourselves and digging your own graves. Put away your arrogant hearts. Who do you think you are? Each and every one of you thinks you're so great. Your eyes are practically looking up to the sky. You look down on this and that. Let me tell you, I look down on all of you. These heart-wrenching words immediately made the disciples of the Lan clan unable to bear it. Their faces turned ugly and gloomy. They also wanted to teach Xiao Yang a lesson. However, after seeing Lan Duofu's fate, they did not act rashly. One of them, named Lan Duokai, slowly stood out with a pale face. He stared coldly at Xiao Yang and said furiously, "Xiao Yang, didn't you just defeat Lan Duofu? What's so great about you? You still dare to boast here. Let me tell you, I'll teach you how to be a man." Yes, Cousin Duokai will teach him how to be a man. With Cousin Duotsai's help, Xiao Yang will definitely get the lesson he deserves. Cousin Duokai is much more powerful than Cousin Duofu. Defeating Cousin Duofu is not a big deal. Cousin Duokai can do it too. Look at Xiao Yang's smug face. Even I want to beat him up. Xiao Yang watched as they came forward to die one by one. He sneered and said sarcastically, "Very well, there's one more person looking for humiliation. I'll let you make the first move." As he spoke, he released his martial arts ancestor realm cultivation. After the martial arts ancestor realm cultivation was released, Lan Duotsai's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear. He widened them and looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Oh my God, he's a martial arts ancestor. If I knew he was a martial arts ancestor, I wouldn't have provoked him. I'm done for, I'm done for. I'm on the opposite side of him. I can't advance or retreat now. I'm in a dilemma. When Lan Duokai felt Xiao Yang's martial arts ancestor realm aura, his heart suddenly sank. He hesitated and his eyebrows were knitted together. He was extremely conflicted. Even the disciples of the other families were in an uproar at this moment. One by one they exclaimed, "Damn, what did I just see? This Xiao Yang is a martial arts ancestor. Oh my God, martial arts ancestor. This is the cultivation realm that we've been chasing for our entire lives. We haven't even reached this stage yet. How did he do it? This Xiao Yang is too amazing. He's simply the number one among his peers. How can we compete with him? If one goes up against him, one dies. If two go up against him, two will die." Chapter 245. The disciples of the Lan family were in an uproar. They were all shocked. Originally, they all looked down on Xiao Yang, but this time, no one dared to question him. Xiao Yang had used his cultivation to subdue them. This was a world where the strong were respected. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and hearing the shock in their mouths, Lan Xingming and Xiao Man felt proud. Lan Jiaoshui was also secretly happy and satisfied. They had been waiting for this moment. You are a martial arts grandmaster? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You tricked me." Lan Duotsai's lips trembled and his eyelids twitched. His face was full of fear and he felt wronged. He felt that he had been tricked. He couldn't help but complain to Xiao Yang. Look at those martial arts grandmasters. They all wanted to let others know that they were martial arts grandmasters so that they could enjoy the worship and respect of others. This Xiao Yang, on the other hand, pretended to be low-key, as if he was afraid that others would know. "I don't care. I don't want to fight with you. I admit defeat. I don't want to compete." Lan Duokai hurriedly opened his mouth to admit defeat. This was a disguised compromise. Although this was very humiliating, it was nothing compared to getting injured and losing his life. If he lost it, then so be it. As long as he was alive, then there would be a chance for him to regain his dignity. Moreover, Submitting to a martial arts great master was not that humiliating. He hurriedly turned around and left the place quickly. He returned to where the disciples of the Lan family were standing. When the disciples of the Lan family saw him running over, they hurriedly distanced themselves from him. They were afraid that Xiaoyang would misunderstand. They didn't want Xiaoyang to think that they were with Lan Duokai. They couldn't withstand the anger of a martial arts grandmaster. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Lan Duokai admitted defeat. Actually, even if it was a challenge, he wouldn't kill him. He still had some considerations. However, he didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. He immediately admitted defeat and ran away. Lan Duokai was so aggressive and wanted to denounce him. The turn of events really made people sigh. I already said that you guys are trash. Are you convinced? Xiaoyang's martial arts grandmaster aura enveloped the entire area and pressed down on their bodies, causing them to feel as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. They felt extremely heavy and cold sweat dripped down their backs as their hearts tightened. Previously, they had all mocked Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang were to make a fuss about it, they would be in big trouble. Not to mention, Xiaoyang was valued by the three heads of the family. Even the old man had a whole new level of respect for Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang wanted to teach them a lesson, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. The higher-ups of the family would certainly not help them. Looking at the attitude of the three leaders toward Xiaoyang, it was as if they couldn't wait to treat Xiaoyang like a big boss. Even if they were ignorant and spoiled their plans, the higher-ups would definitely have a problem with them. They might even be thinking of ways to deal with them. How could they still protect them? Therefore, they deserved to be beaten. We submit, we submit. We are trash. Many of the young disciples of the Lan family said in fear. Even though they knew that this was a humiliation, they could only accept it. After all, the other party was a martial arts grandmaster and was someone they could not afford to offend. Compared to Xiaoyang, they were trash. If outsiders were to be compared to them, they would be gold. The main thing was still to see who they were compared to. So you are trash. Who gave you the right to be arrogant and look down on this and that hateful look? Don't you know that you are a disgrace? Xiaoyang ridiculed. When he had first walked in, he didn't know how many bad words they had said. They were all unpleasant ridicule, but at that time he had only cared about it. But later on, they had actually talked about his mother. How could he tolerate it? He exploded on the spot. Yes, we are all wrong. We should reflect on it. We will correct ourselves. We hope that cousin Xiaoyang will not be calculative with us and give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. Many of the Lan family disciples, including Lan Duokai and Duanai, lowered their heads and begged Xiaoyang. Their attitudes were sincere and came from the bottom of their hearts. Through today's matter, they had also noticed their own problems. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang's slap that woke them up, they would probably still be in their own world. Xiaoyang looked at their attitude of admitting their mistakes and nodded with satisfaction. He snorted and said, "Let me tell you, my mother is Lan Xingming. In the future, seeing her is like seeing me. If you dare to disrespect my mother, I don't mind killing you." Many of the Lan family disciples felt Xiaoyang's cold-killing intent and could not help but be shocked. Their bodies trembled and they sucked in cold air. When they looked at Lan Xingming, their eyes were filled with fear and respect. There was no other way. Seeing her was like seeing Xiaoyang. They did not want to die. Oh, I forgot to say. One of the Wang family's 5 geniuses, Wang Zilai, was killed by me. That guy was a 9th stage martial master. Yes, he was assassinated by me. The Wang family's people have not found out yet. So it's fine if I tell you. If you want to report it, you can report it. The reason I killed Wang Zilai is very simple. It was because he injured my father, Xiao Wangu. Xiaoyang revealed another piece of information. Many of the Lan family disciples could not help but gulp nervously. They were thinking that Xiaoyang was too awesome. He really dared to kill someone. After all, the person he killed was one of the Wang family's 5 geniuses. This was not the main point. The main point was that the Wang family had not found out yet. This method was extraordinary. At least, it was not something they could guess. Was he not afraid of the Wang family's revenge? The Wang family was a big family. They were on the same level as the Lan family. If he was not afraid of the Wang family, then naturally he would not be afraid of the Lan family. They were even more afraid. Hearing Xiao Yang's reason for killing someone, it was because someone injured his father. Heavens, he was only injured a little and you want to kill him? How terrifying! Cousin Xiaoyang, don't worry. Aunt is from the Lan family. In the future, no one can offend Aunt. Otherwise, we will not be able to get along. Many of the Lan family disciples hurriedly promised. They did not want to be the second Wang Zilai. Wang Zilai was assassinated half a month ago. Even now, the Wang family had no clue. It could be seen that Xiao Yang's assassination ability was terrifying. He did not leave any evidence. They did not want to sleep in fear. If Xiao Yang really wanted to kill someone, even the upper echelons of the Lan family would not be able to protect him, because Xiao Yang was not afraid of falling out with them. You can all go now. This time, your welcome is unique. I like it. Xiao Yang waved his hand at them, dismissing them. With so many people watching, it was hard for him to let go of his feelings. Yes, we will leave now. If you have any instructions, just let us know. Chapter 246. After they responded, they hurriedly left. As for the special welcome, they did not dare to mention it. They dispersed as if they were fleeing. Their speed was shockingly fast, afraid that they would be remembered by Xiao Yang again. Not long after, the scene was cleared. The remaining people were the upper echelons and important figures of the Lan family. The first head looked at Xiao Yang in shock and asked weakly, "Did you really kill Wang Zilai?" Wang Zilai was assassinated half a month ago. According to the information leaked by the Wang family, the murderer was a martial ancestor. In other words, half a month ago, Xiao Yang's cultivation was only a martial ancestor. But now, Xiao Yang had crossed more than just 1 or 2 realms. The speed of his improvement was shocking and too fast. The Lan family's old ancestors' eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. He was the only one who knew Xiao Yang's cultivation, 4th level martial ancestor. He could tell from the indirect exchange just now. He did not expect that in just half a month, Xiao Yang had consecutively broken through 4 realms. It was too amazing. Even he could only admire him. This was simply a genius from the heavens. He had to firmly grasp onto him. The second head, third head, chief instructor, head consecrator, and the others looked at Xiao Yang as if they were looking at a celestial being. They could not imagine that Xiao Yang was such a person. It was too unbelievable. Lan Jia curled her lips and looked at the first head angrily. "Uncle, Cousin Xiao Yang is telling the truth. I followed him at that time, but I did not go in. I only watched from outside. I can testify." The first head could not help but feel awkward. He naturally believed Xiao Yang's words. The reason he asked this question was not because he killed Wang Zilai, but because he was shocked by Xiao Yang's cultivation. The third elder laughed heartily as he looked at Xiao Yang and said, "No wonder you little brat dared to kidnap me. It turns out you are a filial child. Come, quickly call me uncle. I don't need a nephew like you." Xiao Yang rolled his eyes at him and pursed his lips. How was it possible for him to recognize her so easily? Ever since he entered the Lan family, he had been picked on quite a few times. He hadn't even forgiven them yet, and they were already taking advantage of him. Lan Xingming's eyes were filled with gratification. She looked at Xiao Yang with joy and said lovingly, "My son, I've made you suffer. It's all my fault." Xiao Yang immediately panicked and hurriedly said, "Mother, what are you saying? As a son, I should be filial to my parents and elders." Then he looked at the Lan family's patriarch and raised his eyebrows. He asked, "Old man, are you going to keep your word?" Being addressed as old man by his own grandson, the Lan family patriarch didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he wasn't angry. After all, he was a 5th level martial arts grandmaster. Which idiot would dare to be disrespectful to him? Only Xiaoyang would do that. Of course, I'm going to keep my word. Don't worry, you can state your conditions. We'll agree to them. The Lan family patriarch spoke domineeringly and patted his chest to make a guarantee. The way he held his head high and puffed out his chest made him look rather imposing. He didn't want to lie to a junior. Moreover, he really admired Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang was willing to take care of the Lan family, then the Lan family would have a chance to rise. He was planning for the future. What's my mother's status in the Lan family? Even a disciple of the Lan family dared to mock her. She was even abandoned and placed in a thatched cottage by the river. How do you want to resolve this matter? Xiaoyang questioned them sternly. He couldn't let go of this matter. It was as if it had become a sore point in his heart. That was the truth. If the Lan family really didn't care about Lan Xingming, then why did they let her continue to stay in the Lan family? They could have brought her back to the Xiao family in Donglin town. At least this way, Lan Xingming would have her freedom and the honor of being respected by everyone. The Lan family patriarch's face immediately darkened. His expression was ugly and anger flashed in his eyes. Recently, he had been in seclusion and left the family matters to his sons. He didn't expect his 3 sons to be so promising that they would even abandon their own sister. Did they have any humanity left? Were they all cold-blooded? His gaze swept across the first master, second master, and third master. The 3 of them immediately lowered their heads in shame. Their faces were full of self-blame and guilt. They hurriedly said, "Nephew, patriarch, sister, we were muddle-headed. We were bewitched and led by Zhang Zai to do such a beastly thing. We know we were wrong and are willing to accept punishment. We hope you can forgive us." "Humph. You even dared to treat your own sister like this. You still want to be punished? Do you think you still have a chance to be punished? I'll break your necks right away. What do I need you heartless things for?" The Lan family patriarch was infuriated. He released his 5th stage martial arts, grandmaster cultivation, and grabbed their necks with one hand. He lifted them up with one hand. Don't ask why he could hold their necks with 2 hands. In fact, the Lan family patriarch only moved one hand. He only controlled the spiritual energy to condense it into a claw print. He grabbed their necks and lifted them up into the air. Lan Xinghe and the other 2 were terrified. Their faces were pale and their expressions were aghast. Their hands and feet were struggling and waving. This was a survival instinct. They didn't want to die yet. They could only look at Lan Xingming with pleading eyes, hoping to receive her forgiveness. The source of the problem was Lan Xingming. They were in pain and found it difficult to breathe. They were almost suffocating. Their faces were flushed red. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Looking at their realistic expressions, Lan Jiaya didn't know if they were acting or really doing it. She immediately panicked and cried for her father. Then, she grabbed the Lan family patriarch's hand and cried until she was confused. She begged, "Grandfather, let go. Let go. They're going to die. They're all your sons. Are you really so heartless?" Hearing this, the Lan family patriarch loosened his grip slightly. However, he still didn't release them. After all, they were in the wrong. How could it be so easy for them to be forgiven? If he showed favoritism, then he would lose Lan Xingming's trust. Aunt, please say something. Let them go, okay? They know they're in the wrong. I beg you. Lan Jiaya saw that begging the Lan family patriarch was useless. So she quickly begged Lan Xingming. She also knew that Lan Xingming was the one in charge. "Auntie, they are all your younger brothers. Can't you just give them a chance?" Lan Jiaya grabbed Lan Xingming's hand and shook it. Her crying face was like a cat, full of pleading. Chapter 247. Lan Xingming was soft-hearted to begin with. From the fact that she was willing to return to the Lan family, it could be seen that she still cared about the Lan family. She immediately sighed and said, "Father, let go of my 3 younger brothers. Let's forget about this matter." I hope they can turn over a new leaf in the future. When her 3 younger brothers were in power, they often made things difficult for her and gave her attitude. However, she chose to forgive them. Even this time, she chose to be magnanimous. The Lan family's old ancestor looked hesitant. He looked at Xiaoyang and asked, "Grandson, what do you think?" In this matter, other than Lan Xingming, Xiaoyang was also an indispensable target. Therefore, Xiaoyang's opinion was also very important. Xiaoyang wasn't as easy to talk to as Lan Xingming. He coldly snorted and said, "If you do something wrong, you must accept the punishment. Otherwise, if you can get away with just 1 sentence, then the cost of committing a crime will be very low. What's the point of having discipline in the family? 100 lashes each, and this matter will be dropped. If they submit and accept, then it will be carried out immediately. If they don't, then I have nothing to say. The Lan family is my Lan family. I, Xiaoyang, am Xiaoyang. We don't interfere." The Lan family's old ancestor frowned and slowly put down the 3 people in his hands. He glanced at them and said indifferently, "The 3 of you heard it. Now make your choice." The first head, second head, and third head all hesitated. Their faces were filled with conflict. The punishment was 100 lashes. This whip was the family's special soul-breaking whip. It wasn't an ordinary whip. If it was an ordinary whip, they could use their cultivation to resist it. However, the soul-breaking whip was different. This whip ignored cultivation and was specially refined by the old ancestor. Every lash would cause real pain. However, this soul-breaking whip hadn't been used for a long time. They didn't expect to be used on them this time. This caused them to be filled with bitterness. After hesitating for a while, they seemed to have made a decision. They immediately said, resolutely, "We choose to accept the punishment. We did things for benefits. We are worse than animals. We are willing to accept the punishment. We also know that we were wrong. That damn Zhang Zai actually dared to deceive us and sell fake pills. If I catch him, I will definitely kill him." The great master complained indignantly, his face full of anger. The second head and third head were the same. They echoed and expressed their dissatisfaction, hearing that they had chosen to accept the punishment. The patriarch of the Lan clan heaved a sigh of relief. His expression relaxed a lot as he looked at Xiaoyang. He wanted to ask if Xiaoyang had anything else to say and to plead for mercy. After all, 100 lashes were too heavy. That was the soul-striking whip. Even though they had the cultivation of a martial arts grandmaster, 100 soul-striking whip was enough to make them lie in bed for a year and a half. Even Lan Jiaoya and Lan Xingming felt that this punishment was too heavy. They looked at Xiaoyang with pleading eyes, but they didn't say anything. Although Xiaoyang pretended not to see their gazes and expressions, how could he bear to whip them 100 times in his heart? One must know that this was not only a matter of whipping, but also a matter of submission and compromise. It was also a matter of admitting their mistakes and changing their ways. More importantly, it was a matter of putting down their pride and dignity. They were all figures at the level of patriarchs. It was quite rare for them to be able to do this. 50 lashes. Go and receive your punishment. Xiaoyang said calmly and waved his hand, indicating for them to leave. This made Lan Xingha heave a sigh of relief. The number of lashes had been reduced by half. Although it was still a little uncomfortable, it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Lan Xingming and Lan Jiaoya both looked at Xiaoyang gratefully. It didn't matter if Xiaoyang was sincere or if he was doing this for their sake. They both felt that Xiaoyang's way of handling things was still a perfect score. The patriarch of the Lan clan laughed heartily. He was even happier in his heart. Not only was his nephew's talent and cultivation high, but he was also able to handle matters well. It was quite rare. In the future, he would definitely be able to soar into the sky and become a dragon or phoenix among men. "Nephew, are you satisfied?" After resolving one of his worries, he also relaxed quite a bit. As a father and an ancestor, What he was most afraid of was seeing his brothers being cruel and having internal strife within the family. Now that Xiaoyang had completely helped him solve this problem, of course, he was very happy. Xiaoyang pouted and looked at the patriarch of the Lan clan with a smile that was not a smile. It is normal to receive punishment for doing something wrong. Why are you asking me if I am satisfied? The patriarch of the Lan clan felt a little awkward. After thinking about it, it made sense. He changed the way he spoke. What other requests do you have now? Tell me. Xiaoyang paused and looked at the patriarch. After being punished by the 3 clan leaders, you will still be the clan leader with a high status. However, my mother will still have no power, no job, and no status. Even a normal descendant of the Lan clan will have a higher status than my mother. Do you understand what I mean? The patriarch of the Lan clan understood right away. He was enraged and shouted, "It is all because of those 3 B** stars. They messed around while I was in isolation. I will not forgive them easily." He then said to the guard beside him, "Go, notify the people from the punishment department and add another 10 lashes to each of them." The guard was a little dumbfounded. This was not a good job. The 3 clan leaders might make things difficult for him. However, the patriarch of the Lan clan was still dignified. He did not dare to refute. The patriarch of the Lan clan was furious. He shouted at the guard, "What are you yelling for? Hurry up and go. Are you looking for a beating? Do you want to receive a few lashes of the soul-beating whip too?" No, I will go now." The guard was scared out of his wits. This was the soul-beating whip. Even if he was beaten to death, he did not want to be whipped. After watching the guard leave, the Lan family's ancestor looked at Xiaoyang apologetically and explained, "Nephew, you know that I've been in closed-door cultivation for a very long time. I haven't interfered with the family's matters during this period of time. I didn't know that they would mess things up to this extent. I apologize for this. Many years ago, I wanted to pass the position of clan leader to my daughter, Xingming. However, after that incident, it was left unsettled. Perhaps the 3 disappointing sons were afraid that Xingming would threaten them, so they forced Xingming to step down step by step. In short, this is all my fault. How about this, my daughter, take my token? In the future, when the clan members see my token, they see me. Take it well." Without another word, the patriarch of the Lan clan took out his personal token and handed it to Lan Xingming. This token had been with him for many years. It was like an old friend that never left his side. Now that he gave it away, it could be considered as compensation for Lan Xingming. After all, Lan Xingming had suffered a lot during this period of time. How can I accept this? Lan Xingming was doted on like gold. She did not dare to accept it. She knew very well that since she could remember, this token had been with the patriarch of the Lan clan for many years. She did not know how long it had been. Chapter 248. Why not? Take it since it's given to you. You're my daughter. If you can't take it, then who can? The Lan family's elder directly stuffed it into Lan Xingming's hand. This made Lan Jiaya, the Lan family's head instructor, and the high and low attendants envious. With this token, Lan Xingming was equivalent to the second most important person in the Lan family. She would be second only to one person and above everyone else. Even the 3 heads of the family would be under Lan Xingming's control. It could be said that she would soar to the sky. All right. Lan Xingming had no choice but to accept the gift. She knew that all of this glory was brought to her by Xiaoyang. To a large extent, the elder gave her the token because of Xiaoyang. After Lan Xingming accepted the token, the Lan family's elder also let out a sigh of relief. He had once again fulfilled Xiaoyang's request. He looked at Xiaoyang again. He wanted to hear what Xiaoyang had to say. Xiaoyang's furrowed brows loosened quite a bit. He calmly said, "In the past, my mother had no freedom in the Lan family. She was under house arrest. Even if my father and I came over, it would be difficult to see my mother. Can you cancel this harsh request of yours?" The Lan family's elder laughed involuntarily and said, "Now, I have the final say in the Lan family. Xingming is my representative. She can go wherever she wants. Shao family members who come to visit us can use the special welcoming passage and meet us in person. After all, we are all in-laws." Yes, from this moment on, the Lan family's elder acknowledged the relationship between Lan Xingming and Shao Wangu. He also acknowledged the relationship between the two families. This was not only because of Xiaoyang, but also because of Donglin Town's strength and resources. Lan Xingming was very happy. This meant that she was free from now on. She could see her son whenever she wanted. She could see her lover, Shao Wangu, whenever she wanted. The Shao family was her in-laws. She could go back whenever she wanted. There was nothing happier than this. Lan Jia was also smiling happily at the side. She softly said to Lan Xingming, "Congratulations, Annie. Cousin is really good." Lan Xingming nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Xiao Man giggled and said, "Madam, I will definitely tell this good news to Master. This way, the family can be reunited." Lan Xingming hugged Xiao Man and Lan Jiaoye excitedly. Not long after, 3 people walked in front of them with weak steps. They were hopping as they walked, and every step they took caused them to gasp in pain. They frowned and broke out in cold sweat. They couldn't help but touch their wounds, as if it could relieve the pain. They were the first master, second master, and third master who went to get the whip. Lan Jia looked at them limping and felt that it was funny. However, she held it in and covered her mouth with her hand, secretly laughing. "Father, nephew, sister, we're going to get the whip." The 3 of them spoke as if they were family, making them feel closer. Seeing them gasp in pain from time to time, even Xiaoyang couldn't help but want to laugh. He immediately took out a bottle of healing medicine and handed it to them, saying, "It's for healing." Lan Xingha and the other 2's eyes lit up. They hurriedly took it and began to use it. They all knew that Xiaoyang was an alchemist. His level was even higher than Zhang Zai's. Even if the medicine he took out was of low quality, how could it resist? After using the healing medicine, they were immediately surprised. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Ayo, what kind of medicine is this? My God, it doesn't hurt anymore. Look, my torn skin is slowly recovering. This speed is so fast. This is a godly medicine. Combined with my cultivation, my injuries will be healed immediately." The 3 of them instantly experienced the miraculous effects of the healing medicine. Their gazes quickly landed on the healing medicine. Their eyes lit up with greed and desire. They wanted nothing more than to snatch the healing medicine away from Ling Xian. "Hey, third brother, your injuries are all healed. I'm still injured. Why don't you keep this healing medicine for me?" The second master held the healing medicine tightly. He was afraid that someone would snatch it away, so he quickly put it away. "Hey, how can you do this? I'm still injured. Hurry up and take it out. I want more." Lan Xingha immediately refused. This was a godly medicine with miraculous effects. Of course he wanted it. The first master gulped and hurriedly said, "Do you 2 still want to respect your big brother? If there's anything good, of course we'll let him distribute it. Come, let me see how much it's worth." He was a little regretful now. If he had known this would happen, he would have hidden the healing medicine away. The old ancestor of the Lan family looked at the 3 of them. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Sometimes his expression was livid. He snorted and scolded. "Look at what you've become. You're even snatching your nephew's things. Do you still have the image of an elder?" The 3 masters, who had just received their punishment, were immediately embarrassed when they heard the scolding. The third master immediately shirked responsibility and complained, "Second brother, I don't mean to say this, but as elders, how can we covet the things of the younger generation? Look at yourself. Seriously, this is too embarrassing. Don't tell others that I know you." The first master also shirked responsibility and said, "Second brother, you're too much. Really, after using it, Of course we have to return it. What's the meaning of keeping it? You, all of you. The second master was so angry that he couldn't speak. At the beginning, each of them wanted to snatch the healing medicine from him, but now they were all pushing the blame to him. He really was unlucky. He really didn't expect that they didn't even have a sense of shame. How infuriating. Just now, who said that they wanted to divide the healing medicine? Who said that they wanted to hand it over and redistribute it? Now, each and every one of you has turned hostile. Are you even human? So shameless. The second master felt wronged in his heart. He then looked at Xiaoyang and reluctantly took out the healing medicine and said pitifully, "Nephew, this is your healing medicine. You can take it back. We've almost recovered. Thank you." Xiaoyang smiled. As an alchemist, he could have any healing elixir he wanted, so he didn't care about this little bit of healing elixir. Moreover, this healing elixir was at most an intermediate grade, so it wasn't a big deal. He waved his hand and refused. "Well, you can keep it. This is not a high-level pill." "What? You're giving it to me?" The second master was stunned, shocked, and then pleasantly surprised. He smiled happily and was so excited that he almost drooled. Chapter 249. Haha, what a good nephew. Good, good, good. If you have any problems in the future, don't hesitate to look for me. He hurriedly expressed his goodwill to Xiaoyang, then looked at Lan Xinghe and the great master with a smug expression. The great master also pretended that nothing had happened. He immediately said to the second master, "Second brother, look at how close we are. We've been friends for dozens of years. Why don't you give me some spiritual medicine? I'll exchange it with Dharma treasures." Lan Xinghe also looked at the second master with a drooling expression and said, "Second brother, I'm your third brother. Why don't you go easy on me? I can give you something in exchange." When the second boss heard their flattery and compliments, he couldn't help but feel even more proud. He had a smug look on his face, which was very annoying. He raised his eyebrows and retorted, "Yo, who was the one who said he didn't know me? Who was the one who pushed the blame to me? Now you're shamelessly asking me for spiritual medicine?" Lan Jiaoye, Xiao Man, and Xiao Yan were secretly laughing when they saw these three clowns who didn't respect their elders. The Lan family's patriarch couldn't stand it anymore. He felt embarrassed and waved his hand to dismiss them. "All right, all of you can leave now. Don't embarrass yourselves here." Lan Xinghe was a little reluctant. He suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Oh, nephew, didn't you come to me to discuss a deal? I'm the person in charge of the Lan family's business, so it's appropriate for you to come to me. Your cultivation breakthrough pills are quite good. We can eat as many as you have. We can even split the profits. I almost forgot that you're an alchemist." When the great master and second master looked at Xiaoyang, their gazes immediately became scorching hot. It turned out that Xiaoyang was a senior alchemist. No wonder his healing panacea was so miraculous. If he could cooperate with Xiaoyang, the benefits would be self-evident. He would definitely be the first to know if there were any good pills. Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, "I've decided to cooperate with my mother. I forgot to tell you. From now on, my mother will be the second master of the Lan family. She represents the Lan family's patriarch. If you want any good spiritual medicine, just ask my mother." As he spoke, he extended his hand and pointed at the badge on Lan Xingming's waist. When the three leaders saw the token, their faces were filled with shock. Then they looked at the Lan family's patriarch. Seeing the Lan family's patriarch nod his head, they were even more shocked. One had to know that they had always wanted this token. The three heads of the family had also been fighting openly and secretly to please the Lan family's elder. Who would have thought that in the end, their efforts would be in vain and Lan Xingming would be the one to take advantage of it? They weren't dissatisfied. As the saying went, a mother's status depended on her son. With Xiaoyang here, Lan Xingming was like the heavens and they could only submit. Therefore, other than envy, there was nothing else they could do. All the upper echelons of the Lan family understood the significance of this token. It was the symbol of the Lan family's patriarch. It was like the imperial sword of the ancient dynasty. Elder sister, it's time for you to change your courtyard. Later on, arrange a luxurious courtyard for us. If you have any good medicinal pills, you have to tell me firsthand. We can all digest them internally. Lan Xinghe hurriedly expressed his goodwill to Lan Xingming and fawned over her. With the support of Xiaoyang and the Lan family's patriarch, Lan Xingming was the leader of the Lan family. Naturally, they had to recognize their own roles and positions. Lan Xingming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only agree for now. After that, Xiaoyang took out several medicinal pills in front of them and handed them to Lan Xingming. As he gave them to her, he introduced them to her. This is the Realm Breakthrough Pill. It's effective for people below the martial ancestor realm. You can safely break through to the next realm without any side effects. This is the Comprehension Pill. If a martial ancestor realm cultivator consumes it, it can increase the chances of a breakthrough by 90%. This is the Detoxification Pill. As long as you haven't been poisoned by the 10 famous poisons, this detoxification pill can cure all poisons. This is a mystic high-grade healing pill. As long as you're still breathing, after consuming this pill, you can be saved. Xiaoyang introduced the medicinal pills in the book one by one. He also gave them their respective medicinal ingredients. Then he looked at the group of people around him and said slowly, I can refine all of these medicinal pills. I can provide you with a batch every month. You'll pay for the medicinal ingredients, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Do you have any objections? No objections, no objections. We definitely have no objections. If anyone has any objections, I'll fight them. The first head immediately expressed his stance. The second head and third head also hurriedly agreed. This method of cooperation was much better than the cooperation with Zhang Zai. Even the Zhang family, which they had cooperated with for many years, couldn't compare. The Zhang family was like a vampire. They asked for 80% of the profits. If it wasn't for the small profits, they would have gone bankrupt. Zhang Zai, who came later, was even greedier. He directly asked for 90% of the profits and even forced Lan Xingming to leave. At that time, they couldn't find people from other alchemy organizations to cooperate with. Otherwise, they would have already given up on cooperating with the Zhang family. How could they be willing to be exploited and forced by them? Now that they had Xiaoyang, they were naturally more inclined to cooperate with Xiaoyang. And, my son, business is business, private is private. This isn't a joke. We have to sign the agreement. Lan Xingming smiled at Xiaoyang. She was proud of Xiaoyang. She was also very clear about Xiaoyang's meaning. He felt that he had just been promoted and needed to establish his prestige and image. Of course, no problem. Xiaoyang replied. After busying himself for a while and signing the agreement, he was finally done with his work. In the future, the Lan family would provide medicinal ingredients to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang would be responsible for refining pills for them. As for the profits after the event, they would naturally split the profits 50-50. According to Xiaoyang's lazy personality, he definitely wouldn't be willing to be busy refining pills every day. Thus, he contacted the Xiao family's pavilion master Xiao and the poison medicine pavilion's pill elder. He asked them to complete several types of pills that they could refine and send them to the Lan family according to the schedule. As for Xiaoyang, he only left behind 2 types of pills that were extremely difficult to refine. These 2 types of pills were also considered important pills. Let's go. Let's have a reunion dinner. Everyone arrived at the banquet hall and sat in the arranged seats, waiting for the chef to serve the dishes. After the dishes were served, the Lan family's patriarch glared at Xiaoyang and said unhappily, "Stinking brat, you didn't even call me grandfather. Do you believe that I won't beat you up?" When these words came out, everyone almost laughed out loud. To be honest, Xiaoyang might not be able to defeat the Lan family's patriarch, who was currently in the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Xiaoyang was also a little embarrassed. He smiled embarrassedly, then raised his wine cup and shouted to them, "Come, let your grandson toast to grandfather." That's more like it. The Lan family's patriarch praised and drank happily. After that, Xiaoyang gave a toast to the first head, second head, and third head one after another. He also called them uncle. After all, the conflict between them had been resolved, and it could be considered perfect. Chapter 250. Afterwards, he toasted the various subjects of the Lan family, the head instructor of the Lan family, the leader of the guards, and so on. He had allowed them to attend the banquet this time so that Xiaoyang could broaden his horizons with them. It could be regarded as a form of goodwill from the ancestor of the Lan family. Of course, they had all witnessed Xiaoyang's power before this. They had all been defeated by Xiaoyang. Now that they could sit together and eat and drink in harmony, it could be regarded as a rather satisfactory matter. "Grandson, what do you plan on doing next?" The ancestor of the Lan family asked Xiaoyang. The others all turned their heads to listen, wanting to know where Xiaoyang was going. Xiaoyang did not hide anything. He said calmly, "I have 3 main objectives in coming to Martial Yang City. I want to kill Wang Zilai to avenge my father, I want to see my mother, and I want to participate in the competition. If possible, I want to return to the poison sect to take a look. There's still over a dozen days until the competition begins. I plan on using this time to accompany my mother and take her back to Donglin town to take a look. Yep, and I want to properly cultivate so that I can face the heroes of Gaia in the competition." Xiaoyang said indifferently. This arrangement was reasonable, so everyone gave him their blessings. Originally, the ancestor of the Lan family wanted to suggest Xiaoyang train in the demon cave of the Lan family, but after some consideration, he held back. The banquet was about to come to an end. A high-ranking intelligence agent came up to report the situation. "Zhang Zai has been killed. The 5th-rank evil cultivator of the Evil Cultivator Alliance, Yao Ruoma, has been killed too. The envoy of the Poison Sect, the Pavilion Elder of the Buddhist Pavilion, has been injured. His disciple will be hosting the competition." The agent quickly reported the information he had gathered. Everyone present was shocked. Any single piece of information was enough to shock them. Zhang Zai had been killed. Who killed him? Then, how would the Zhang family of Qingyang City react? Would they start a war with the Lan family? Or was someone purposefully trying to sow discord between the two families? What were the people of the Evil Cultivator Alliance trying to achieve by appearing near Martial Yang City? At Yao Ruoma's level, they were at the 5th level of martial ancestors at the very least. Regular cultivators were not their opponents. Did this represent the arrival of a calamity? That was not important. What was important was who had killed him. Could there be a hidden Yao Ruomo who had injured the pavilion master of the Buddha Pavilion, one of the poison sect's 10 great pavilions? Would his disciple be up to the task? A series of questions lingered in everyone's minds, causing them to be unable to relax. Faced with this series of problems and changes, how should the Lan clan deal with it? Lan Xingming had just been promoted. Would she be able to handle such a problem? Xiaoyang moved closer to Lan Xingming's ear and whispered a few words. Her expression changed from shock to complex, then to shock and anger. She glared at Xiaoyang fiercely. Yes, Xiaoyang told Lan Xingming all the answers. "Grandson, what are you two mumbling about? Why don't you tell us?" The Lan clan's ancestor noticed Xiaoyang and immediately asked. Lan Xingming stood up and bowed to the Lan clan's ancestor. She also bowed to the crowd and said, "Father, everyone, there's no need to panic. Yao Ruomo was killed by Xiaoyang and the poison sect's attendants. Yao Ruomo appeared here because he was chasing after the poison sect's emissary. That's why the emissary was injured. We can ignore the matter of the demonic cultivator alliance for now. We won't be in any danger for the time being." Everyone fell silent. Soon after, someone raised a question and said indifferently, "Wouldn't this be unbelievable?" Yes, some of them didn't believe it. Xiao Yang didn't explain further. Seeing that everyone's gazes were focused on him, he calmly took out the token in his hand and tossed it onto the table. That was Yao Rua Mo's identity symbol. Whoosh! Everyone was shocked into an uproar, filled with disbelief. Discussions broke out as cries of surprise and shock rang out. Some people even sucked in cold breaths, feeling incredulous. Heavens, Xiaoyang is actually this awesome. Even the savage Yao Ruo Mo isn't his match. It looks like Xiao Yang's relationship with the poison sect's emissary isn't shallow. He's got a spot in the poison sect. This kid is quite amazing. Amazing. Lan Xingming was proud and happy to hear everyone's praise and shock. The matter of this piece of information had been resolved. As for changing the host of the competition, based on Xiao Yang's relationship with the poison sect's emissary, they probably wouldn't make things difficult for Xiaoyang. There was nothing much to say about that. On the other hand, the first piece of information left Lan Xingming at a loss for words. After some thought, she said honestly, Zhang Zai's death was my son's doing. Of course, no one knows about it yet. Only everyone here knows. This sudden answer made everyone unable to react for a moment. They were even at a loss for what to do. Xiao Yang stood up and said indifferently, the Zhang clan's matter is my, Xiao Yang's matter alone. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for this matter. He didn't want to cause trouble for Lan Xingming. After all, Lan Xingming had just risen to the top. It wasn't good for her to suffer too many setbacks and disturbances. What are you talking about? Zhang, Zai almost tricked us and almost harmed our Lan clan. If it were me, I'd kill him too. As for the Zhang clan, if they dare to come, I'll kill them. The first head immediately declared righteously. His domineering aura of a martial ancestor realm expert was released. The second head and Lan Xinghe both spoke ruthlessly. If they dared to touch Xiaoyang, they'd have to ask their fists for permission. In short, they'd protect Xiaoyang for sure. The Lan clan's patriarch looked at them and felt gratified. This was more like a family. The day ended just like that. Evening. Xiao Man, who was tailing Xiaoyang, asked, Young master, are we still going back to the Welai Inn? Xiaoyang smiled indifferently and said, No, we've already recognized our relatives. If we go back to the Welai Inn, they'll misunderstand. Let's stay at the Lan clan for now. We don't have to worry about food and clothes, and we can eat and drink for free. Haha, Xiao Man laughed. At night, night fell. Lan Xingming and Lan Jiaoye came to visit Xiaoyang. After chatting for a while, Xiaoyang sent them back to rest. 2 days passed in this calm and tranquil state. On the third day, news came that Zhang Zai's father, Zhang Dalong, had come to marshal Yang City. Xiao family started to be on guard. They were all nervous. After all, this meant that the Lan clan and the Zhang clan had different attitudes. If they didn't agree, the two clans might go to war. They couldn't afford to underestimate them. Zhang Dalong had already arrived at martial Yang City. He didn't go to the Lan clan rashly. Instead, he hid in the martial Yang City and stayed at the Welai Inn. According to the information he received, Zhang Zai was humiliated at the Welai Inn. He believed that he could find clues about Zhang Zai here. It was strange. He had been looking for Zhang Zai for 2 days and still couldn't find him. This made him feel uneasy. Chapter 251. It was not that he did not try to contact Zhang Zai, but he could not do so at all. It was as if Zhang Zai had suddenly vanished into thin air. At the Pleasant Arrival Inn, Zhang Zai's entourage and guards were still present. These entourage and guards had been beaten senseless at the time and could only escort Zhang Zai away. In the end, Zhang Zai was the only one who left, and they were left to be vented by the crowd. As for where Zhang Zai ended up, they had no idea. Because of this, Zhang Dalong was very angry. He scolded them and asked them how they were guards and followers, even leaving their master behind. They also felt very wronged, because when they woke up, they also looked for Zhang Zai, but they could not find him at all. They also tried to contact him through various means, but there was no response. So they could only wait here, believing that Zhang Zai would come back. However, it was only Zhang Dalong who came. Contact the intelligence agency of the clan and see if they have any clues. Zhang Dalong was a little annoyed now. He said to a guard beside him with a helpless expression. He frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He suspected that something had happened to Zhang Zai. Otherwise, there was no reason why they could not find him. Moreover, so much time had passed. Zhang Zai should have contacted the clan by now. Yes. The guard answered and walked a little further away. He began to contact the clan. Before long, the guard came in again and explained to Zhang Dalong, "Elder, the Grand Elder is here too. He wants to see you. It's about Zhang Zai." Originally, Zhang Dalong was impatient. He did not even want to see anyone. However, since they knew about Zhang Zai, he could not refuse. He immediately said, "See you." The guard went to send a communication, Jade, slip again. Actually, the Grand Elder of the Zhang family in Qingyang City had arrived in Marshallong City a long time ago, but he could not find Zhang Dalong. He tried to contact him many times, but it all ended in failure. This was because Zhang Dalong had no time to care about anything else. All of his attention and energy was focused on Zhang Zai. The more he could not find Zhang Zai, the more anxious he became. When the first elder of the Zhang family received Zhang Dalong's message, he was so happy that he slapped the table in excitement. The reason why he had followed Zhang Dalong here was because he was worried that Zhang Dalong would cause trouble after finding out the truth. Fortunately, Marshallong City had been peaceful for the past few days. Other than not being able to find Zhang Dalong, nothing else had happened. This time, he was finally able to contact someone. In less than half a cup of tea time, Zhang Dalong and the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan met at the Pleasant Arrival Inn. When the Zhang family's great elder saw Zhang Dalong, he couldn't help but say, "I finally found you, Dalong." They were all elders of the Zhang family, so they knew each other. "You're looking for me?" Zhang Dalong was rather confused. Logically speaking, the Grand Elder should be handling official matters in the Zhang family of Qingyang City right now. So why had he come all the way here? Hadn't the Patriarch left the matters of Marshallong City to him? Could it be that the Patriarch did not trust him? This made Zhang Dalong very unhappy. "Dalong, don't think too much. I've come to tell you something you don't know." The Zhang family's great elder stared at Zhang Dalong sternly. He really had no idea what to say. Once he said this, would Zhang Dalong go berserk? Would he directly make trouble for the Lan family? If that happened, the two families would go to war, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Back then, Zhang Dalong had left far too early. All he knew was that Zhang Zai had embarrassed himself at the Pleasant Arrival Inn. As for Zhang Zai's death, he had no idea at all. Otherwise, he would not have been able to keep his composure. "Yes, great elder. Go ahead." Zhang Dalong was prepared. He listened attentively. "Your son has already been killed." After a moment of hesitation, the Zhang family's great elder still decided to say it. "What?" When Zhang Dalong heard this, he was shocked. He tightened his grip on the teacup in his hand, and it immediately shattered. Tea splashed out. Who did it? The veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. His majestic aura suddenly erupted. He stared at the Zhang family's great elder and clenched his fists. When he heard this news, he could not believe it. However, when he thought about what had happened in the past few days, he could only accept it. No matter who it was, if they dared to touch his son, he would make them pay with their life. "Don't be agitated." The Zhang family's great elder knew that this would definitely cause the other party to lose control, so he had been very hesitant. For the time being, he could only let Zhang Dalong calm down. He did not want to be rash and ruin things. "How can I not be agitated? If it was your son who was killed, would you still be able to drink tea calmly?" Zhang Dalong opened his mouth and roared. He stared fiercely at the Zhang family's great elder, as if he was treating him as an enemy. Both parties were silent for a while. He calmed down a little. After all, he was a martial arts grandmaster. He still had the ability to calm down. "When did this happen?" he asked calmly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the Zhang family's great elder attentively. He wanted to see the slightest change in the other party's expression. "Just as you left, there was a report. I followed closely behind you, but you were too fast. After arriving at Wyong City, I couldn't contact you at all." The Zhang family's great elder said gloomily. "I understand." Zhang Dalong slowly got up and ended the topic. The Zhang family's great elder looked at his resolute back and could not help but be a little worried. He frowned and asked, "Where are you going? What do you want to do?" "Of course, I'm going to take revenge on the Lan family." "Other than the Lan family, who else would do such a thing?" Zhang Dalong said matter-of-factly. Yes, the Lan family was the biggest suspect. However, the problem was that they were only suspects. They were only suspects because they had no evidence at all. Once they angered the Lan family might start a war with the Zhang family. This was something that neither side wanted to see. Originally, Zhang Dalong did not want this to happen, so he quickly rushed over to persuade his son. After all, Zhang Zai was too muddle-headed. He rushed here to clean up his mess. However, after being here for a few days, he still could not find Zhang Zai. Even a fool would know that something had happened to Zhang Zai. Don't be agitated. This kind of thing requires evidence. Otherwise, the Zhang family won't be able to intervene. The Zhang family's great elder hurriedly walked up and stopped the angry Zhang Dalong. He had no choice. His mission was to stop Zhang Dalong from being impulsive. However, he could not stop the impulsive Zhang Dalong at all. After all, Zhang Dalong had originally come to deal with the matter in Wyong City. In the end, he received the news that his son had been killed. Chapter 252. How could he remain calm? No matter how wrong Zhang Zai was, at least he wouldn't end up dead. The Lan family had gone too far. Zhang Dalong couldn't bear it for a moment. Evidence? You talk to me about evidence these days, not fists. Get out of my way, or I'll start a war with you. Zhang Dalong was furious. He glared at the other party fiercely and pushed him away. Then he walked out of the Yueli Inn. He couldn't care less about evidence now. What he wanted was justice and revenge for Zhang Zai. Whoever stopped him would be his enemy. Even the Zhang family's great elder was no exception. "Elder, what are you doing?" A guard looked at them in confusion. Why was there a possibility that the two elders were going to kill each other? Should they report this to the family? This made him quite hesitant. Zhang Dalong recognized this guard at a glance. He was one of the guards who had followed Zhang Zai for the longest time. He immediately stretched out his hand and pointed at the guard. He said coldly, "Tell me it was the Lan family who killed my son." What he wanted was a definite answer, not so-called evidence. In this way, he would have a reason to convince himself. Then he would risk his life to find trouble with the Lan family. The guard hesitated. The guard immediately hesitated, not daring to speak carelessly. After all, he didn't see it with his own eyes, nor did he have any evidence. So he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Seeing that Zhang Dalong was about to lose his temper, he hurriedly said, "Elder, the enemy of the young master at the Yueli Inn was Xiaoyang. We have investigated this Xiaoyang. He is the nephew of the Lan family. Moreover, this person's cultivation is not low. He has fought with the young master many times without being at a disadvantage. Instead, the young master was plotted against by him." The Zhang family's great elder's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, Yes. It's very likely that it's him. Why don't we find someone to ask first?" For the first elder of the Zhang family, it would be fine as long as he didn't directly start a war with the Lan family. As long as he found Xiaoyang first, and then put the blame on Xiaoyang, this incident would be limited to personal grievances. Then the Zhang family and the Lan family would naturally not intervene. After all, no one was willing to start a family war easily. He had already made up his mind. Regardless of whether the murder was Xiaoyang or not, He would do his best to pin the crime on Xiaoyang. If there was anyone to blame, Xiaoyang could only blame himself for being unlucky. Xiaoyang? Zhang Dalong narrowed his eyes slightly as he pondered over the name. It felt somewhat familiar, as if he had some vague memories of it. Thinking about his identity, he was the nephew of the Lan family. Didn't that mean that Xiaoyang was Lan Xingming's son? Back then, Lan Xingming had rejected his request and chose to be with Xiao Wangu. Could this be the son of his love rival? Thinking of this, Zhang Dalong became even more furious and annoyed. He finally understood. Zhang Zai had always been a steady person, and he was also very good at dealing with people. Why did he keep making mistakes after coming to Wyong City? It was because Zhang Dalong's love rival was here. Zhang Zai was avenging Zhang Dalong. Sigh. Zhang Dalong couldn't help but sigh. What a filial child. However, after encountering an accident, Zhang Dalong's killing intent became even stronger. His son wanted to avenge him and was even willing to sacrifice himself. Then, as a father, shouldn't he do something for his son? Moreover, Xiao Wangu had snatched Lan Xingming away back then, and he was still brooding over it. If he could settle the matter back then, he would be more than happy to do so. Xiaoyang, right? All right, let's go. We'll find this person. Zhang Dalong immediately made up his mind. This was the son of his love rival. Even if he killed Zhang Zai, he wouldn't let him off easily. Let's go. Take me there and find this person. He instructed the guard beside him. The Zhang family's great elder couldn't wait for that to happen. He hurriedly urged, Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and take us there. This person definitely has something to do with Zhang Zai's matter. He might be the murderer. We must find him. The guard was helpless. He slowly said, This person has been staying at the ULI Inn all this time. He just left 3 days ago. According to the most likely situation, he should be at the Lan family. Let's go. Let's go to the Lan family. Zhang Dalong took the lead. Although he hadn't visited the Lan family during this period of time, it didn't mean that he didn't know where the Lan family was. After watching Zhang Dalong walk away, the Zhang family's great elder couldn't help but glare at the guard. He wanted to turn the matter into a small one. He didn't want it to develop into a conflict between the two families. Helplessly, he could only follow. Now, he could only act according to the circumstances. It would be fine as long as there wasn't a huge conflict. Soon, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Lan family's residence with the guard. This made the Lan family members feel as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, the other party was two elders of the Zhang family, and they were both martial arts grandmasters. Behind them were guards. The Lan family. Immediately, a servant came up to report the situation. Report, the Zhang family members are here. Should we face the enemy? Lan Xingming glanced at the calm Xiaoyang, then glanced at her 3 younger brothers. Finally, her gaze stopped on the Lan family's patriarch. Xiao Yang didn't want to make things difficult for the Lan family members. He immediately stood up slowly and said calmly, This matter started because of me. Naturally, I'll settle it. He walked out of the room and walked towards the entrance of the residence. Lan Xingming said firmly, I can't get away from this matter. I'll go and take a look. Xiaoyang was her son. Everything she had was because of Xiaoyang. Naturally, she wouldn't let Xiaoyang take the risk alone. The first master, second master, and third master could only stand up and follow her. At the entrance of the residence, Zhang Dalong directly shouted at the entrance of the Lan family, I'm here. Hurry up and get someone to come out and welcome me. After shouting for a while, the person inside walked out. It was Xiaoyang. Behind Xiaoyang were Lan Xingming and the others. Zhang Dalong didn't recognize Xiaoyang before this. However, during the family meeting, he could vaguely see Xiaoyang's appearance through the communication jade slip. Now that he looked familiar, he immediately glared at Xiaoyang and snorted, Brat, you're Xiaoyang? You're the murderer who killed my son? Xiaoyang blinked his eyes. He wore a harmless smile on his face and said calmly, "Who are you?" "I'm Xiaoyang. As for the murder you mentioned, I'm sorry. I've killed too many people. I don't know who you're referring to." "Humph." Zhang Dalong snorted heavily and said loudly, "My son was killed. Other than you, who else could it be? You still don't admit it?" Chapter 253. Actually, everyone knew that if it was not Xiaoyang, then it had to be someone from the Lan family. Hee. Xiaoyang could not help but sneer. He stared at Zhang Dalong and said, "Are you such a piece of trash? Are you so shameless? You can't find the culprit, so you come to me. Do you want me to help you find the culprit?" Of course. Zhang Zai had been killed by Xiaoyang because Zhang Zai deserved to die. He was bold enough to try to kill Lan Xingming, so he was destined to die a horrible death. However, Xiaoyang did not necessarily admit to it. It did not matter whether he admitted to it or not. Xiaoyang did not take the person before him seriously at all, much less the Zhang family of Qingyang City seriously. The reason why he did not admit to it was because he wanted to see them unhappy. The grand elder of the Zhang family could not help but step forward in a hurry. "Xiaoyang, you're bold enough to do it, but you don't have the courage to do it? What kind of hero are you?" Yes, he wanted to confirm Xiaoyang's crimes. That way, the range of influence would be reduced. "You'll know whether I did it or not once you investigate. Everything requires evidence." Xiaoyang's face was filled with mockery as his eyes were filled with contempt. He did not admit to it, nor did he deny it. He just wanted to see the evidence. "You're looking to die." Zhang Dalong had completely lost his patience. He could not tolerate it any longer. After bellowing out, he was about to attack Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang blinked. He was not afraid at all. With his measly cultivation, he would not even be able to deal with him with a single finger. He had killed Zhang Zai, so he did not mind killing Zhang Dalong as well. This was related to his father. It was rumored that Xiao Wangu and Zhang Dalong had fought over Lan Xingming in the past, but Xiao Wangu had succeeded in the end. "Stop." Seeing how Zhang Dalong was about to attack, Lan Xingming could not help but step forward to stop him. She glanced at Zhang Dalong indifferently, and Zhang Dalong also looked at her. The two of them hadn't seen each other for many years. Who would have thought that their reunion would be like this? It really made one sigh with emotion. "Zhang Dalong, even if you want to cause trouble, please come up with a convincing reason. This is the Lan family, not your Zhang family. It's not a place where people can act presumptuously." Lan Xingming spoke sternly to the Zhang family. Zhang Dalong didn't know what to say to Lan Xingming, so he remained silent. No matter what Lan Xingming said, he wouldn't let Xiaoyang go. This matter wouldn't end here. The great elder of the Zhang family knew that if he didn't deal with it, then the severity of the matter would increase. He hurriedly stood up and explained, "Lan family, this is just a personal grudge between us and Xiaoyang. Please don't interfere at will. Otherwise, our Zhang family is not to be trifled with." This was to remind the Lan family not to interfere. Otherwise, the Zhang family would also interfere. At that time, no one would be able to suppress the rhythm of this war. Lan Xingming's face was gloomy and ugly. Although she really wanted to help Xiaoyang, from her position, she had to think for the Lan family. Xiaoyang laughed arrogantly and said arrogantly, "A mere Zhang family dares to behave atrociously in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you." Then he turned around and looked at Lan Xingming and the others. "This is indeed a personal matter between me and them. Don't interfere." This was for the good of the Lan family. The great elder of the Zhang family couldn't wait for this to happen. He hurriedly agreed, "That's right. Xiaoyang knows what's good for him." Even Xiaoyang admitted that this is a personal grudge. "Lan family, don't be unreasonable." "Xiaoyang, let me ask you again. Why did you kill Zhang Zai?" The great elder of the Zhang family went straight to the point. His words dug a big hole for Xiaoyang. If one didn't listen carefully, they would definitely fall into his trap. Even now, they weren't sure if Xiaoyang killed Zhang Zai, but he still asked with certainty. How much did he want to push the blame to Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang put on a fake smile and looked at them coldly. He curled his lips and said disdainfully, "You better not be unreasonable. Otherwise, you will be punished. A mere brat dares to be so arrogant. He really doesn't know what death is. Dalong, if you don't want to teach him a lesson, when are you going to do it?" The great elder of the Zhang family reminded Zhang Dalong. Zhang Dalong felt even less burdened. He snorted coldly and activated his martial arts. He directly attacked Xiaoyang. He wanted to capture Xiaoyang alive and force Xiaoyang to tell the truth. Lan Xingming was a little worried. She frowned and wanted to stop him. Unfortunately, she was blocked by the great elder of the Zhang family. The great elder said slowly, "Please consider the interests of the family." This made Lan Xingming very angry. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't. She couldn't help but stare fiercely at the great elder. She threatened, "If anything happens to Xiaoyang, I will be the first to not let you go." The great elder of the Zhang family was still unmoved. He wasn't afraid of Lan Xingming. As long as the two families didn't go to war, he didn't have to bear any responsibility. On the other side, Zhang Dalong had already launched a powerful attack on Xiaoyang. The move he used was a profound level martial arts technique, the Great Gale. As he formed a seal with both hands, a level 12 gale appeared out of thin air. This strong wind was enough to tear a person apart. The surrounding grass, trees, dust, and stones were swept into the air by the gale. It was hard to even open one's eyes. "Xiaoyang, let's see how you block it." Zhang Dalong had an awe-inspiring presence. He was confident that he could win Xiaoyang's heart. "You dare to bare your fangs and brandish your claws in front of me with this little trick of yours? You're courting death." Xiaoyang coldly snorted. His face was filled with anger. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. With a flip of his hand, he used the Xiao family's basic martial arts technique, the firmament palm. As his big hand covered the area, a 5-fingered mountain appeared out of thin air in an instant. It suddenly pressed down, directly crushing the Great Gale and instantly suppressing the Great Gale. Puff! Zhang Dalong suffered a huge blow. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was shaken to the ground. His limbs were weak and his face was pale. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so strong. He couldn't even withstand a single move from him. It was too terrifying. "Zhang Dalong, right? You're so weak. How can you fight me?" Xiaoyang blinked. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he mocked the other party. Then he slowly approached the other party. The aura on his body didn't decrease but instead increased. The powerful aura pressed down on the other party's body, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Dalong, are you okay?" The Zhang family's great elder saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't be bothered to stop Lan Xingming anymore. He jogged and instantly arrived beside Zhang Dalong. He looked at Zhang Dalong with a worried expression. He had some medical skills. After all, he came from an alchemy family. He hurriedly checked Zhang Dalong's injuries. Chapter 254. The more he checked, the uglier his expression became. In the end, his expression became extremely sunken, and his eyes were filled with fury. Xiaoyang had actually crippled Zhang Dalong. This meant that Zhang Dalong, who was originally a martial arts grandmaster, had now become a person without any cultivation. The meridians in his body had been broken, and even his dantian had suffered a devastating blow. He would probably never be able to cultivate again for the rest of his life. This was a great blow and a mockery to cultivators who came from alchemy clans. "Kid, you're far too vicious. You're so young, yet you're already so vicious. Haven't your parents taught you how to behave? If they won't teach you, then I'll teach you how to behave." The grand elder of the Zhang family was utterly humiliated. He stared at Xiaoyang viciously and erupted with his cultivation. He wanted to attack Xiaoyang. He was also responsible for the crippling of Zhang Dalong's cultivation. If he did not deal with Xiaoyang, even if he returned to the clan, he would be unable to answer to them. Not to mention, Zhang Dalong's son Zhang Zai had been killed. He could not just stand by and do nothing, right? I'm vicious? You want to kill and torture me, but aren't you vicious? You're not as skilled as him, so you failed to kill him and ended up being killed instead. Do you have a reason to call me vicious? Aren't you laughable? Xiaoyang sneered. The more he sneered, the angrier he became. The fury in his eyes burned brighter. Since he had already dealt with Zhang Dalong, he did not mind dealing with the grand elder of the Zhang family as well. Was it not just the Zhang family of Qingyang City? So what if he had to pay them a personal visit? The grand elder of the Zhang family was left speechless by Xiaoyang's rebuttal. However, no matter what, he could not just leave with his tail between his legs right now. He snorted coldly and said rudely, Xiaoyang, this is our personal grievances. Please provide me with some guidance. The reason why he said that was because he hoped the Lan family and Zhang family would not interfere, so that their personal grievances could be resolved on their own. Xiaoyang was obviously fearless. He did not care about personal grievances or clan grievances. If they were bold enough to come at him, then he would be bold enough to accept them. He blinked his eyes and sneered, What are you being so wishy-washy for? If you have the balls, then feel free to come at me. Cut the crap. You're annoying. Humph. The Zhang family's great elder snorted coldly. He couldn't hold back his anger. With a roar, he instantly shot out. His body was shrouded in a layer of faint light. It was as if he had become one with his sword. It's actually the union of man and sword. This move is really powerful. It's a mid-grade, profound grade martial skill. It's really powerful. As long as you enter this realm, you won't be afraid of ordinary attacks. This is like the tyrant body. The Lan clan's first head, second head, and third head muttered. They were also martial arts grandmasters. When they saw the Zhang clan's first elder perform the union of man and sword, they were slightly fearful. Xiaoyang stood where he was and did not move at all. He did not take the first elder of the Zhang family seriously at all. With his current cultivation of a level 4 martial ancestor, even if he used his cultivation alone, it would be enough to crush the other party. What **T, one with the sword. In the face of absolute power, it's simply trash. Xiaoyang sneered, his face full of disdain. When the other party got closer, he unleashed his terrifying cultivation of a 4th-level martial ancestor. He directly grabbed the first elder of the Zhang family, who was in the union of man and sword in his hand. No matter how the first elder of the Zhang family struggled and attacked, he could not move half an inch. He could only tremble in vain. A weakling like you dares to fight an opponent who doesn't know the difference between life and death? I think you must be tired of living. Humph. He snorted coldly and suddenly tightened his grip on the first elder of the Zhang family. Crack! As his strength increased, the first elder of the Zhang family, who was in the union of man and sword, started to crack. Roar! The first elder of the Zhang family let out a blood-curdling scream. Under the pain, he could no longer take revenge. He broke away from the union of man and sword and turned into a union of man and sword. It was originally an earth-level treasure sword. At this moment, there were countless cracks on the sword. They were densely packed, as if it would shatter with just a gentle touch. As for the first elder of the Zhang family, he was not in a relaxed state at this moment. After he used his inner vision, he realized that his body was severely injured. His internal organs had been attacked by Xiaoyang's cultivation. Streaks of blood had appeared on his skin, and it was extremely terrifying. Even his clothes were dyed red with blood. Puff! After standing still for a while, the first elder of the Zhang family spat out blood. That was the sudden explosion of the cultivation that was left in his body, causing him a great commotion. His vision turned black, and his mind went blank. He almost fell down. Seeing this, Xiaoyang raised his right hand and pointed with one hand. A sharp ray of light shot out and instantly penetrated the first elder's dantian, breaking his cultivation foundation. In the future, the first elder could only be a useless person. Wah! Xiaoyang, you and I can't live under the same sky. We can't exist together. We won't rest until one of us dies. After the first elder of the Zhang family realized his situation, he could not help but roar in anger. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood from the corners of his mouth. His face was pale, his spirit was dispirited, and his eyes were dim. Xiaoyang blinked and snorted. He said disdainfully, "Just two useless people. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? To be honest, I can kill you right now. What can you do to me?" As Xiaoyang said, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He slowly walked to their side, squatted down, and looked down at them from above. It was as if he was a god looking down on humans. The onlookers were shocked. They were tongue-tied and their mouths were wide open. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. Damn, it must be fake. Two martial arts grandmasters can't even take one move from Xiaoyang. It can't be, right? Is this really the union of man and sword? Are you kidding me? They're so weak. I'm drunk. Could it be that my nephew has become a few levels stronger? This is too unbelievable. They swallowed their saliva and exclaimed in shock. They felt that this was too unbelievable. Lan Xingming originally wanted to persuade the first elder of the Zhang family not to fight. However, just as she was about to speak, she saw the first elder of the Zhang family being defeated. She could only swallow her words. It was better not to persuade him. After all, he was courting death. Let's go back to the Lan family. This is their personal grudge. Our Lan family can't interfere. Lan Xingming turned around and spoke to the onlookers. Then she took the lead and walked back to the Lan family. Her meaning was immediately understood by the Lan family. They all laughed and returned to the Lan family. At first, they wanted to interfere because they did not want Xiaoyang to be hurt. However, looking at the situation now, it was not Xiaoyang who was at a disadvantage. It was clearly the two elders of the Zhang family who were courting death. Chapter 255. The Zhang clan's great elder didn't want the Lan clan to interfere, so they naturally wouldn't interfere. After a few sarcastic remarks, they all ran away, afraid that they would be targeted by the Lan clan. Lan clan, don't go. No matter what, the Zhang clan and the Lan clan are friendly. You can't just leave us in the lurch, right? The Zhang clan's great elder hurriedly asked the Lan clan for help. However, not only did the Lan clan not sympathize with him, but they even burst into laughter. There were even a few mischievous ones who directly refuted and mocked. Didn't you just say that you have to think of the clan's interests and don't want the clan to interfere? Didn't we maintain the principle of not interfering? Now you want us to interfere? Aren't you trying to start a family dispute? For the sake of the clan's interests, we'd better not interfere. The members of the Lan clan sneered and gloated. They didn't have a good impression of the Zhang clan in the first place. This made the Zhang clan's great elder's face turn ashen. His expression was extremely ugly, and he couldn't wait to hate the Lan clan. In fact, if he thought about it carefully, he only had himself to blame. Xiaoyang blinked and looked at the two defeated opponents. It was a little difficult for him to deal with them. If he killed them directly, even if the Lan clan didn't do anything, the Zhang clan would definitely think that the Lan clan was involved. They would definitely suspect the Lan clan. If he didn't kill them, how should he treat them? Do you want to die? It's good that you don't want to die. I might not kill you. After all, I'm not a person who kills indiscriminately. Xiaoyang looked at their frightened faces and explained. The Zhang clan's great elder listened to Xiaoyang's explanation and was slightly relieved. Then he heard Xiaoyang continue. Although I'm not a person who kills indiscriminately, I haven't killed anyone for a long time. If I kill you, I won't kill indiscriminately. So, if you don't want to die, you'd better be sensible and give me what I want. What he wants? The Zhang clan's great elder was puzzled for a moment, but he soon got the answer. He didn't want to die, so he immediately handed the storage ring in his hand to Xiaoyang and hurriedly said, "All my belongings are in here. I'll give them to you." Xiaoyang stared blankly for a moment, then immediately smiled and praised the Zhang clan's great elder. Well, you're very tactful. Very good, I won't kill you. After taking the other party's storage ring, Zhang Xian sent his spiritual perception into it and took a look. There were quite a few good items inside, and he felt even more satisfied. As expected of an elder of the Zhang clan, he sure had a lot of things in stock. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes and no longer paid attention to this guy. His gaze shifted to Zhang Dalong as he chuckled with greed in his eyes. He slowly said, "If you want to die, then I'll kill you. If you don't want to die, then behave yourself. Anyway, the first elder of the Zhang family is here to testify. Even if I kill you, you deserve it." Zhang Dalong felt very aggrieved. His heart was filled with anger. He mustered all the strength in his body, but unfortunately, the strength he mustered was weak. It was not enough to support him to stand up. Therefore, his roars and ferociousness were like child's play. Slap. Xiao Yang directly slapped the other party's cheek. A 5-fingered palm print immediately appeared on the other party's cheek. It quickly swelled up and burned with pain. Xiao Yang mocked. "What? You still want to resist? You still want to kill me? Do you have the qualifications? Behave, my patience is limited." The Zhang clan's great elder was also afraid that Zhang Dalong would die here. If that happened, he would not be able to explain himself. He hurriedly advised, "Dalong, where there's life, there's hope. What's wrong with giving it to him first? After all, he can't bring it with him when he's alive. As long as he's alive, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Zhang Dalong had no choice but to give his storage ring to Xiaoyang. This represented lowering his head and compromising. It also represented humiliation. Xiaoyang blinked and chuckled. "Regarding Zhang Zai, let's end it here. Do you have any objections?" The Zhang clan's great elder was tempted to end it, but he was afraid that Zhang Dalong would disagree. So he could only let Zhang Dalong make the decision. Zhang Dalong gritted his teeth as blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were completely red as he glared at Xiaoyang viciously. He said resentfully, "Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, the Zhang family won't spare you. Isn't it just an alchemy clan? What's so impressive about that? Go! Get your patriarch to come find me later. I'll teach him how to behave." Xiaoyang's face was filled with disdain. He tossed out a few words before ignoring them. The guards of the Zhang family who remained in the delightful arrival and waited for quite some time, but the Grand Elder and Zhang Dalong did not return, so they just went out to look for them. They just happened to see them at the entrance of the Lan family's estate. Seeing their miserable state, they were all shocked and their hearts tightened. They asked in a hurry, "Elders, how are you?" Before they could even answer, they began to examine their wounds. Their wounds were horrible, so they could only return to the delightful arrival in first. Afterwards, they contacted the patriarch of the Zhang family in Qingyang City. The next day, the patriarch of the Zhang family arrived with the second elder and many guards. They arrived at the delightful arrival in early in the morning. There were already guards waiting there. When the patriarch of the Zhang family came in, his face sank. His expression was ugly. He immediately asked, "Where are they? Where are they?" After the guard respectfully saluted, he immediately led the Zhang family's patriarch upstairs. Arriving in the room, the patriarch of the Zhang family checked the wounds of the two elders. His face was terrifyingly sunken, and anger flowed through his eyes. Just who was it that could be so heavy-handed, even crippling their cultivations? They probably would not be able to continue cultivating in the future. Tell me the details. After the patriarch of the Zhang family helped them stabilize their wounds, he could not help but sigh sorrowfully. He said nonchalantly. His face was filled with helplessness. First, Zhang Zai had been killed, and now the cultivations of two elders had been crippled. Was Martial Yang City supposed to be their nemesis? We suspect Xiaoyang to be the assassin who killed Zhang Zai, so we went to investigate. We clashed with Xiaoyang, but in the end, we were crippled by Xiaoyang. Xiao Yang's cultivation is unfathomable, so it's very possible for him to kill Zhang Zai without anyone knowing. The Grand Elder of the Zhang family explained, diverting all the attention to Xiao Yang first. This allowed the patriarch of the Zhang family to let out a slight sigh of relief. Zhang Dalong frowned and said nonchalantly, Xiao Yang definitely has something to do with it, but we still need to investigate whether the Lan family is involved or not. When he said that, he was actually conceding. There was nothing he could do about it, as his cultivation had been crippled. He might still be an elder right now, and the patriarch of the Zhang family seemed to respect him very much, but in reality they had already been abandoned in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. Chapter 256. Even if he wanted to continue pursuing the responsibility of Xiaoyang and the Lan family, he could not do that. Moreover, Xiaoyang was a terrifying person. How could the patriarch of the Zhang family offend him so easily? Not to mention, he had the support of the Lan family. They had no proof for everything they said. They were only guesses. As a result, there were many things that could be done. I have a rough idea of what happened. You all no longer have any cultivation. Every day you stay here is another day of danger. I'll send you all away first. As for Marshalyang City, I'll deal with it personally. The patriarch of the Zhang family spoke without any room for doubt. He had even mentioned his identity as the patriarch, just in case they argued back. The Grand Elder of the Zhang family was bitter. He knew that as long as he lost his cultivation, he would not even be able to compare to the regular clansmen. He said indifferently, Yes, I'll follow the patriarch's orders. Zhang Dalong's face was gloomy, as if he had returned to his days of drinking to drown his sorrows. He was lifeless and dispirited. He said, Yes, sir. On the same day, the Grand Elder and Zhang Dalong were sent away from Marshalyang City. After they returned to the Zhang family in Qingyang City, there were people who suggested removing them from their positions as elders one after another. After all, people without cultivation were nowhere near as spirited as before. They could only hand over the matters and authority of the clan to others. They had ended up in a situation where they had to retire and return home. It could be regarded as a good ending. Marshalyang City. The patriarch of the Zhang family paid a personal visit and found the current leader of the Lan family, Lan Xingming. He said nothing at all, directly looking for Xiaoyang. Lan Xingming could not help but become rather nervous and fearful. After all, he was the patriarch of the Zhang family. He represented the Zhang family's attitude. Nothing good would come out of him directly looking for Xiaoyang this time. Lan Xingming knew she could not avoid something like this. Even if she could avoid it, she would not be able to avoid it forever. As a result, she called for Xiaoyang. The two of them met in the side hall. You're Xiaoyang. You're the current patriarch of the Zhang family? The two of them asked each other. Their gazes clashed and began a confrontation. Neither of them showed weakness to the other. What an interesting kid. The patriarch of the Zhang family thought to himself. He had been in a high position for many years and had a majestic aura around him. However, this Xiaoyang was not afraid of him at all. This was truly rare, not to mention that he was a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster. He had released a little bit of his cultivation aura, but it did not crush Xiaoyang. He did not even alarm Xiaoyang. This was simply unbelievable. Xiaoyang, you killed Zhang Zai. Do you admit your mistake? The head of the Zhang clan questioned Xiaoyang sternly. Xiaoyang sat in his seat and replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Everything requires evidence. If I say you killed him, then you killed him? He had a well-thought-out plan and held the pearl of wisdom in his hands. His rebuttal left the other party speechless. The patriarch of the Zhang clan naturally did not have any evidence. His question was only a test. But what kind of person was Xiaoyang? He was someone who possessed the memories of the ancient poison venerable of his past life. He had experienced more than he had eaten salt. How could he be so easily scared into giving an answer? The patriarch of the Zhang clan did not pursue this matter. If he continued to pursue this matter, it would only make him seem too vulgar and boring. After all, this was a matter without evidence. Xiaoyang, then you have heavily injured 2 elders of the Zhang clan and even crippled their cultivation. You do not deny this, do you? He questioned, his expression cold and arrogant. If one reason cannot subdue you, then I will change to another reason. I do not believe you will not accept this. I, Xiaoyang, naturally do not deny the things that I have done. Xiaoyang was calm and natural. He did not feel guilty at all. You treated the elders of the Zhang clan in such a manner for no reason. Don't you owe me an explanation? When the patriarch of the Zhang clan said this, he was somewhat angry. He even released the cultivation of a 5th-level martial grandmaster. A terrifying aura instantly crushed toward Xiaoyang. He wanted to give Xiaoyang a wake-up call so that he would not be so arrogant. Xiaoyang was still fearless. He laughed coldly, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a contemptuous smile. He also released his cultivation of a 4th-level martial grandmaster. His powerful aura contended against the patriarch of the Zhang clan. For a moment, he was not at a disadvantage. What? 4th-level martial grandmaster? The patriarch of the Zhang clan could feel Xiaoyang's cultivation. He was so shocked that his expression changed drastically. He immediately stood up. He really did not expect Xiaoyang to have such a cultivation. One must know that Xiaoyang was only in his teens. If he was allowed to grow, he would definitely become a terrifying, powerful expert. He sucked in a breath of cold air. After being shocked for a while, he slowly recovered his emotions. He then heard Xiaoyang snort coldly. Someone wanted to kill you, so you killed the enemy first. Is that wrong? The patriarch of the Zhang clan frowned. He did not know what Xiaoyang meant. After thinking about it, he replied, "That's right. The truth was like that. Someone wanted to kill you, so you killed them in turn. You definitely were not wrong. You could not have just stood there and waited for others to kill you." If his answer was wrong, then he had reason to believe that Xiaoyang would immediately attack him. Once he fought back, it would prove that he did not mean what he said. Xiaoyang could not help but feel proud. He smiled and said, "That's right. The 2 elders of the Zhang clan wanted to kill me. Logically speaking, I killed them. But the problem is that I was benevolent and only destroyed their evil cultivation. I did not kill them. You, on the other hand, not only are you not grateful, you even want to blame me and force me to admit my mistake. What kind of logic is this? Have you ever thought about my feelings? I am the victim here." Xiaoyang coldly questioned the patriarch of the Zhang clan. This made the patriarch of the Zhang clan feel awkward, and his expression turned ugly. This was because he came here to denounce Zhang Zai. First, he wanted to seek justice for Zhang Zai. Second, he wanted to uphold justice for the 2 elders of the Zhang clan. However, he did not expect to be defeated by Xiaoyang. This made him very angry, and he had a feeling that he could not vent his anger. "Xiaoyang, your eloquence is truly extraordinary. All right, let's not talk about the truth. You know what happened, and so do I," the patriarch of the Zhang clan said coldly. Then he continued, "I heard that you are also an alchemist, and your alchemy skills are even higher than Zhang Zai's. Just nice. I want to exchange pointers with you. How about it?" As soon as these words were spoken, Lan Xingming's expression turned serious. Everyone knew that the patriarch of the Zhang clan was extremely skilled in alchemy. If Xiaoyang agreed, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. She immediately stood out and reminded, "Patriarch of the Zhang clan, you are the patriarch of the Zhang clan and an elder. Your alchemy skills are unquestionable. How can you bully someone of the younger generation?" She was speaking up for Xiaoyang. She did not want Xiaoyang to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 257. The Zhang family's patriarch sneered, "Could it be that your Lan family can find a second alchemist?" Lan Xingming was so angry that she couldn't refute him. She was furious. It was true that the Lan family didn't have a second alchemist. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been bullied by Zhang Zai, and they wouldn't have been exploited by the Zhang family for so many years. Then the Zhang family's patriarch laughed. Besides, in the alchemy business, achievement is the most important thing. It doesn't mean that the older you are, the better you are. Xiaoyang, what do you think? He had already treated Xiaoyang as an equal. Of course. Then, since the Zhang family's patriarch wants to spar with me, it can't just be a simple spar, right? What other conditions or wager do you have? Xiaoyang slowly put down the teacup in his hand. He had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the patriarch. His eyes were as calm as water without any fluctuations. In the path of alchemy, Xiaoyang had never been afraid of anyone. Xiaoyang is still the most interesting one. How can it be fun without a wager? How can there be any anticipation? If I win, you have to admit that you killed Zhang Zai and apologize to the 2 elders of my family. You can even be imprisoned in my Zhang family for a year. The Zhang family's patriarch stated his conditions. These conditions were quite harsh, especially the last one. Being imprisoned in the Zhang family for a year was simply torture. Impossible. Before Xiaoyang could speak, Lan Xingming couldn't help but make the decision for Xiaoyang. She didn't want to see Xiaoyang imprisoned in the Zhang family for a year. If that happened, she would rather die. Therefore, she didn't even need to think about these conditions. She might as well reject them. After all, even if she rejected them, what could the Zhang family's patriarch do? The Zhang family's patriarch smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, his gaze fell on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's decision was the most important one. After all, the one he wanted to challenge was Xiaoyang, not Lan Xingming. My son, this is obviously a trap. You can't agree to it. Lan Xingming was afraid that Xiaoyang would do something stupid, so she quickly reminded him. Xiaoyang comforted Lan Xingming, telling her not to get too agitated. After she calmed down a little, he smiled and said, "So they're guests. Their clansmen were killed, and their elders were crippled. It's not easy for them. Look, the Lan family even refused to cooperate with them. I'm sure they're feeling heartache right now. We're a good family, so we naturally have to give them a chance." The patriarch of the Zhang family suddenly felt that Xiaoyang's temperament was very similar to his. He couldn't help but smile and said, "So you've agreed?" Lan Xingming couldn't take it anymore. She pinched Xiaoyang's ear and wouldn't let go. "I don't care. You can't agree to it. Even if you break the heavens, you can't." She loved Xiaoyang to the extreme. She couldn't allow Xiaoyang to be hurt in the slightest. Xiaoyang blinked and said slowly, "I never do things that I'm not confident in. I can't refuse the patriarch of the Zhang family's hospitality. The location will be in the Lan family's alchemy room. You don't have any objections, right?" "Okay, it's decided." The patriarch of the Zhang family's eyes lit up. The more he looked, the more he felt that Xiaoyang's temperament was very similar to his. You, what should I say about you? You're so disobedient. Seriously, you won't even know when you'll be sold off." Lan Xingming slowly complained to Xiaoyang. However, she still went to arrange the location and protection. After all, their son had grown up. He had his own thoughts. As parents, they had to learn to respect him. The news of Xiaoyang competing with the #1 alchemist of the Zhang family quickly spread. It attracted 90% of the Lan family's attention. Everyone knew that the patriarch of the Zhang family was the current leader of the Zhang family. However, very few people knew that he was the #1 alchemist of the Zhang family. He represented the top level of alchemy in the Zhang family. When Lan Jiaya heard the news, she had already rushed over. She saw Xiaoyang from afar. She secretly cheered for Xiaoyang and said, "Cousin, do your best. Show him what you've got." She had a lot of trust in Xiaoyang. She was full of confidence. Previously, the breakthrough realm pill that Xiaoyang refined was very miraculous. Lan, Jiaoshui, and Qian Duoduo also heard the news and came over to cheer for Xiaoyang. Although they were opponents before, overall, Xiaoyang helped them more. Lan Duogue, Lan Duofu, Lan Duokai, and the others also came. They wanted to see Xiao Yang's power again. As for the previous battle between Xiao Yang and the two Zhang family elders, they had only heard about it. They didn't see it with their own eyes. Thinking about the battle between the three martial grandmasters, the passionate scene was enough to shock them. Now, they had a rare opportunity to see Xiao Yang compete with the patriarch of the Zhang family. This was simply a rare opportunity. Even the three leaders of the Lan family, the Lan family steward, the Lan family's head instructor, the Lan family's high consecrator, the Lan family's low consecrator, and the others came. The Lan family's patriarch was also watching from afar. There were hundreds of people gathered. In order to let everyone see the scene of us refining, I suggest that we do it outside. What do you think? Xiao Yang glanced at the audience and noticed everyone's expectant expression. He suggested to the patriarch of the Zhang family. Compared to refining pills indoors, the difficulty of refining pills outside was several times higher. Because refining outside would be affected by many factors, such as the environment, weather, wind, sun, fragrance, the noise of others, and so on. On the contrary, if it was done indoors, everything would be much more stable. The more difficult it was, the more challenging it would be. The patriarch of the Zhang family couldn't wait for this. His fighting spirit was high as he said, "Okay, then we'll do as you say. But you must remember, if you lose, you have to do as I say." "No problem." Xiao Yang agreed without hesitation. In short, he wouldn't lose. The onlookers heard their conversation and knew that they would refine outside. They couldn't help but cry out in joy. "Cousin, you're amazing. We support you. Cousin, do your best. Show him what you're capable of. Cousin, you understand us. You understand our feelings. We love you." Cheers came one after another. When they fell into Xiao Yang's ears, Xiao Yang only smiled. He didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation. Lan Xingming ordered the servants to bring over the alchemy furnace and various required herbs. She also marked out an exclusive area in the air for them to refine pills. The patriarch of the Zhang family was eager to try. Ever since he became the patriarch, he had a lot of opportunities to refine pills. Now that he had another chance to refine pills, he was very excited. As the former #1 alchemist of the Zhang family, he had confidence, skill, and alchemy techniques. He asked Xiao Yang eagerly, "Xiao Yang Yuan, what are your conditions?" Chapter 258. He also wanted to know what Xiao Yang's conditions were. If they were too difficult to fulfill, then there was no need to compete with Xiao Yang in alchemy. It was more practical to use force to suppress him. Xiao Yang naturally understood his thoughts. He smiled and said, "If you lose in the cooperation agreement with the Lan family, you will get 30% of the profits, and the Lan family will get 70%. Do you have any objections?" Hearing this, Master Zhang's eyes narrowed, and he looked a little shocked. He thought that Xiao Yang would put forward some difficult conditions, but he didn't expect it to be just this. This was already much better than what he had imagined. He agreed without hesitation and said, "Okay, I agree." This condition wasn't too bad. On the contrary, it had many benefits. In the previous negotiations with the Lan family had rejected the cooperation. Now there was a chance to continue the cooperation, but the profits would be less. This wasn't a big problem. Compared to rejecting the cooperation, it was a big breakthrough. Master Zhang didn't know what Xiao Yang was thinking. He actually put forward such a condition that was beneficial to the Zhang family. On the other hand, his own condition was too much. He secretly wondered if he should go easy on Zhang Lixing. However, after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. After all, it was a matter of face and justice. After hearing Xiao Yang's condition, many of the senior members of the Lan family were also stunned. They had already started to cooperate with Xiao Yang and even the Xiao family in Donglin town. What was Xiao Yang's condition? Why should they continue to cooperate with the Zhang family? They looked down on the Zhang family from the bottom of their hearts. With Xiao Yang and the Xiao family, the Zhang family seemed insignificant. "Sister, Isn't Xiao Yang's condition too childish? The first master looked at Lan Xingming. Yes, sister. Look at how excessive the Zhang family's condition is. Nephew's condition can be described as benevolent. The second master reconsidered. The third master also complained and said, Sister, we don't want to cooperate with the Zhang family. We had no choice before. Now that Xiao Yang is here, why should we cooperate with the Zhang family? We won't do it, even if we have to give up more benefits. Lan Jia heard the importance of Xiao Yang and couldn't help but grin. She was extremely proud. Lan Xingming was also secretly proud of Xiao Yang. However, on the surface, she glared at them. Her charming face and temperament were ice cold as she coldly said, What do you know? Do you think that Xiao Yang will be trapped in one city and one place? Can't you think about the future? Besides, with the Zhang family as a partner, our Lan family's reputation and connections are like adding wings to a tiger. If you don't understand, think more. You only know how to call cha-cha here. The three leaders immediately shut their mouths. After listening to Lan Xingming's explanation, they felt that it made sense. For Xiao Yang to be able to think so far ahead and make such arrangements for the future, his wisdom and maturity were extraordinary. Many people with a bit of intelligence couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even the Zhang family head couldn't help but look at Xiao Yang. If the Zhang family had someone as outstanding as Xiao Yang, how good would that be? All right, the pill furnace is ready. The area within 20 meters has also been cleared. We can begin refining. Xiao Yang looked around with satisfaction and the pill furnace in front of him. Then he spoke to the Zhang family head. The head of the Zhang family also nodded. With a flip of his hand, a ball of flame appeared in his palm. It was the heaven fire, which surprised and shocked Xiao Yang. The heaven fire was the best support for alchemy. Unfortunately, until now, he had not found the heaven fire. However, the other party's advantage was only so. This heavenly flame was only at the primary level. Refining pills was still about refining techniques, mental fortitude, pill recipes, and other factors. Wow, that's actually a heavenly flame. No wonder the Zhang family head could be the #1 alchemist in the Zhang family. Heavenly flames are too rare. Even in the 10 cities under the poison sect's control, the number of heavenly flames they have can be counted on one hand. I didn't expect him to have one. Then wouldn't Xiao Yang be in big trouble? Everyone's shocked discussions made the Zhang family head proud. He glanced at Xiao Yang with disdain. This Xiao Yang was so young and didn't have a heavenly flame. What ability could he have to compete with him? His knowledge, experience, and pill recipes couldn't compare to his. Xiao Yang, this is your home ground. What pill do you think we should refine for this competition? The Zhang family head asked Xiao Yang after enjoying the crowd's flattery. After all, this was a pill refining competition. They couldn't just refine one pill each. How could they compete then? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, then said, Then let's refine the thunder pill. How about it? Xiao Yang knew about the thunder pill. It was a high-grade, profound class pill. The Zhang family had produced the thunder pill before, so the Zhang family head probably wouldn't refuse. Thunder pill? Hearing this pill, everyone was curious and expectant. Their eyes lit up and they were inexplicably excited. Only the 3 heads of the Lan family and Lan Xingming frowned slightly. They knew more than ordinary people. The thunder pill was the pill that the Zhang family was most proficient in refining. It was practically their patent. No one knew more about the thunder pill than the Zhang family. The Zhang family head was also stunned. Wasn't the thunder pill the pill he was most familiar with? Almost all the thunder pills produced by the Zhang family were refined by him or by an alchemist under his guidance. Was Xiao Yang sick in the head? He actually proposed such a pill. However, seeing that Xiao Yang didn't seem to be joking, the Zhang family head simply let him be. The Zhang family head laughed inwardly. He was even more confident about this competition. As long as he defeated Xiao Yang, he could interrogate Xiao Yang and even bring him back to the Zhang family to be locked up. This would let the other forces and families know that the Zhang family's prestige couldn't be challenged. The corresponding ingredients were also provided by the Lan family. Seeing that the ingredients were in place, Xiaoyang said calmly, "Let's begin." "Then I won't be polite." The Zhang family head took the lead. With a flick of his finger, the heavenly fire immediately shot out and curled around the surface of the cauldron. He communicated with the heavenly fire and controlled the corresponding flame. Then he put the ingredients into the cauldron one after another and slowly refined them. This kind of routine was already practiced to the bone. He could do it at will. His skillful method had already reached the point of perfection. In less than half a cup of tea's time, all the ingredients were refined by him and their essences were extracted. At this time, he was using the heavenly fire to continuously refine them, condensing their essences into pills. Among the essences of many ingredients, many of them rejected each other. So, if he didn't control it well, it would cause the cauldron to explode. For the Zhang family head, exploding cauldrons didn't exist. After all, he was no longer a beginner in alchemy. He was already an expert in alchemy. Chapter 259. After a few minutes, the elixir was formed and slowly fell into the cauldron. The heavenly fire was still burning. The basic steps and work of refining the elixir were completed. Next, it was time to see how much lightning the elixir could absorb. The more lightning it absorbed, the more powerful it would be and the higher its grade. If it absorbed less lightning, it meant that the grade of the elixir was not high. What a fast refining speed! As expected of the head of the Zhang clan and the number one alchemist. I wonder how many lightning bolts his elixir can absorb. Everyone watched the head of the Zhang clan refine the elixir and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and shock. This was a deep respect for an alchemist. Lan Xingming, Lan Jiaoye, and the three heads of the Lan clan were slightly nervous. They were worried for Xiaoyang. The stronger the head of the Zhang clan acted, the more dangerous Xiaoyang's situation would be. Seeing that Xiaoyang still hadn't made a move, the worry on their faces increased. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the originally clear sky was suddenly filled with countless dark clouds. In an instant, they enveloped this part of the world. Thunder and lightning swam in the dark clouds, making rumbling sounds. The heavy dark clouds gave people a soul-stirring feeling. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. It made people feel heavy. Almost the entire Marshall City was plunged into darkness. Many citizens of Marshall City were puzzled. Why did the weather suddenly change? Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, lighting up half of the sky. It was deafening and shocking. The place where the lightning struck was the cauldron that the head of the Zhang clan was refining. After the lightning struck, the elixir in the cauldron suddenly floated in midair. The head of the Zhang clan wanted to use the thumb-sized elixir to withstand the power of the lightning. In the words of the crowd, this was like hitting a rock with an egg. Everyone knew the power of lightning. Even martial arts grandmasters were afraid of it and didn't dare to touch it forcefully, let alone a mere elixir. This elixir would probably be smashed into pieces. However, the reality was very different from what the crowd thought. The moment the lightning touched the elixir, it was instantly absorbed by the elixir. After absorbing the lightning, there was an additional mark on the elixir. Hua! When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked once more. They felt that this was too inconceivable. The lightning that even almighty experts feared had actually been absorbed by this pill. The lightning pill, as its name implied, was truly worthy of being called the lightning pill. Boom! Boom! An even louder sound rang out, as if the absorption of the lightning bolt had angered the heavens. An even more powerful bolt of lightning struck down. This time, it was not just one bolt of lightning, but 3. Furthermore, the power of each bolt of lightning was several times stronger than the previous one. Even the patriarch of the Zhang family had to be cautious. His expression was solemn as he tried his best to control the heaven fire and the pills. He even released his own cultivation. Rumble! 3 bolts of lightning struck the thunder pellet. After absorbing 2 more bolts of lightning, the thunder pellet seemed to have reached its limit and was unable to absorb any more. However, the 3rd bolt of lightning still struck the thunder pellet. Suddenly, the thunder pellet shook violently. Even the heaven fire was shaking at that moment. Cold sweat broke out on the patriarch of the Zhang family's forehead. The cultivation that he sent out was quickly draining away. He didn't want the thunder pellet to absorb it and use it to block the last bolt of lightning. Once it couldn't block it, the thunder pellet would explode, symbolizing the failure of the alchemy. Everyone was shocked to see this. One had to know that the thunder pellet's power was extraordinary, especially after absorbing 3 bolts of lightning. If it exploded here, it could almost destroy the entire Zhang family. This tense and torturous time lasted for a few minutes. The patriarch of the Zhang family didn't dare to let down his guard. He was fully alert and didn't hesitate to use up all of his cultivation. After a few minutes, the last bolt of lightning slowly dissipated. The patriarch of the Zhang clan seemed to have run out of food and ammunition. His entire body was extremely weak, his face was pale, and he almost couldn't stand still. He held on to his last breath and waved his hand, directly taking away the medicinal pills. When the elixir was taken away, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated and the clear sky was restored. The patriarch of the Zhang family also let out a sigh of relief. He really went too far just now. It was so dangerous. Fortunately, the elixir was successfully refined. He believed that this time, Xiaoyang would have nothing to say. He also believed that Xiaoyang would shrink back and admit defeat when he saw such a dangerous alchemy. He was a little proud and excited. "Xiaoyang, how is it? Do you want to see the grade of my elixir?" The patriarch of the Zhang family was very proud. He took out the thunder pellet that he just refined. There was already a crack on it, and it was faintly about to collapse. This was the highest grade elixir that he had refined in many years. It was also the most outstanding one. He believed that no alchemist in the 2 cities could surpass him. He hoped that Xiaoyang would know the difficulty and retreat. "No, it's a black level upper grade thunder pellet. There's nothing to see," Xiaoyang said lightly. From what he saw just now, he already knew the grade of this elixir. There was no difference whether he looked at it or not. Besides, he didn't put this elixir in his eyes at all. At his current cultivation level, he could refine an even more outstanding thunder pellet. However, when his words fell into the ears of the patriarch of the Zhang family, the patriarch of the Zhang family thought that he was arrogant. This made the patriarch of the Zhang family a little depressed and speechless. The elixir that he refined with great difficulty was actually nothing to see in Xiaoyang's eyes. He couldn't help but secretly snort. He thought to himself, "You're bragging a lot. You actually ignored a black level upper grade elixir. I really don't know whether to call you arrogant or stupid." Anyone with a little bit of common sense would express admiration and shock towards a black level upper grade elixir. No one would say there's nothing to see. Just look at the many onlookers around. Which one of them wasn't shocked and had admiration in their eyes? Of course, the patriarch of the Zhang family wouldn't say out the complaints in his heart. He chuckled and looked at Zhang Tianyi. "Then I'll wait and see. I believe that Xiaoyang will definitely refine a thunder pellet of a higher grade than mine." In fact, he originally wanted to let Xiaoyang take the initiative to admit defeat. He took out the elixir that he had refined with great difficulty. He hoped that Xiaoyang would understand and not court death. Alchemy wasn't child's play. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. However, Xiaoyang didn't pay attention to his good intentions and deterrence, so he could only ridicule him. In his opinion, in these 2 cities, there was no one who could refine a higher grade elixir than his. Chapter 260. This was even more impossible for Xiaoyang. He was so young, so how much could he know? Since he wanted to slap himself in the face, he would just let him be. Lan Xingming, the 3 heads of the Lan clan, and many other members of the Lan clan were also worried about Xiaoyang. They all felt that Xiaoyang was just boasting. The other party had given him a way out, but he didn't go along with it. He had blocked his own path of retreat. Next, Xiaoyang could only refine pills, and then he would be defeated and be ridiculed and humiliated. Xiaoyang ignored the Zhang clan head's sarcasm and the Lan clan's worries. With a wave of his hand, he cast his fire art divine ability and condensed flames. These flames were not heaven's fire. They were just converted from spirit qi. After the flames appeared, they covered the surface of the cauldron under Xiaoyang's control. At the beginning, the process of refining pills was similar. After all, Xiaoyang hadn't recovered to his peak. At that time, he didn't need to refine pills at all. He used the heavens and earth as the cauldron, and all things as the ingredients. He used the laws and the great Tao, and any pill he wanted was just a thought. Xiaoyang could only obediently refine the pills. When the alchemy furnace was almost fully nourished by the flames, he began to put the required herbs into the alchemy furnace one after another. His refining speed was even faster than the Zhang clan's clan head. When the head of the Zhang family refined the herbs, he refined them one by one. However, Xiaoyang refined them one batch after another. Every batch had 20 batches of herbs. Refining the ingredients and extracting the essence of the ingredients took half the time compared to the Zhang clan head, and this was based on the fact that Xiaoyang didn't have heavenly flames. This outstanding scene completely attracted everyone's attention, and many of the spectators couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at Xiaoyang's appearance, it seemed that he was much more powerful than the Zhang clan head. Hearing everyone's discussion and looking at everyone's expressions, the Zhang clan head was a little displeased. He couldn't help but lightly snort and evaluate. Looks but no substance. He was somewhat indignant. Even a mere brat was more powerful than him. Then where was he supposed to put his face? Although Lan Xingming, Lan Jiaoya, and the three heads of the Lan clan were still a little worried. Seeing Xiaoyang's proficiency in alchemy, they all let out a sigh of relief and revealed smiles on their faces. Xiaoman looked at Xiaoyang with infatuation. She had always admired Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had already reached the stage of fusing the ingredients into pills. He had also started to become serious. After all, this was the fusion of the essences of hundreds of medicinal herbs. He had to have precise control. The more successful the fusion, the higher the grade of the pill. If the fusion was bad, the grade of the pill would be lower. This was the most important process that determined the grade of a pill. After a few minutes, Xiaoyang finally fused the essence into a pill. It was only the size of a thumb. Then he put it into the furnace and continued to nourish it. Next was the most important moment of the entire alchemy process, lightning absorption. In fact, the amount of lightning absorption had already been determined when the fusion was done. Xiaoyang looked at the gradually gathering dark clouds in the sky. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. He was confident. In the process of fusing the pills, he was many times more skilled than the Zhang clan head. Naturally, the amount of lightning he could absorb would be much more than the Zhang clan head. There was no doubt about it. In other words, Xiaoyang was bound to win this competition. Of course, before the competition began, Xiaoyang already knew that this would be the result. His alchemy skills were so high that almost no one could match him. After all, he had inherited the memories of the eternal poison sovereign from his previous life. He knew all kinds of alchemy techniques and techniques. Xiaoyang, don't be so proud. This is only the beginning. The Zhang clan had looked at Xiaoyang's proud appearance and was furious. His face was ashen and his expression was very ugly. He really didn't dare to imagine that if he was defeated by a youngster, how would he be able to maintain his foothold here? Also, how would the Zhang clan, an alchemy aristocratic family, deal with this? Lan Xingming, Lan Jiaoya, the three Lan clan heads, and the rest of the Lan clan also began to become serious. Their hearts were heavy as they frowned and looked at the alchemy furnace. Through the Zhang clan head's previous alchemy, They all knew that this was the most dangerous part of the alchemy process. Previously, the Zhang clan had, in order to perfectly complete the lightning absorption step, exhausted his cultivation and almost caused the alchemy to fail. From this, it could be seen how crucial and important this step was. Even the slightest bit of carelessness could cause all the previous efforts to be wasted. They all swallowed their saliva and looked at Xiaoyang with both nervousness and expectation. It seemed that they all felt the difficulty for Xiaoyang. Lightning come. Xiaoyang used a martial skill to attract more lightning. He waved one hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky gathered even more frighteningly. The rumbling sound of thunder was even more majestic than before. As far as the eye could see, the clouds had already descended to a height of 1,000 feet. The thick, dark clouds were so heavy that it seemed as if they were about to collapse. They had completely enveloped the entire Marshal city. There were even bolts of lightning swimming within the dark clouds, occasionally illuminating the ground. It was very frightening. Just like the onlookers, even though they knew what was going on, they were still frightened by Xiaoyang's move. Not to mention the commoners of Wuyang City, outside the Zhang family. Some of the more timid ones were so scared that their legs went limp and their faces turned pale as they sat on the ground. There were also some commoners who immediately knelt on the ground in fear and kept praying. Restaurants, tea houses, casinos, brothels, and other places with a large flow of people were also frightened by the scene that appeared in the sky. Their expressions were stiff, and their eyes were filled with fear. They did not dare to speak loudly. Many commoners sensed the horror outside and returned to their houses. They closed their doors and windows and waited quietly for something. To them, the weather created by Xiaoyang was like the end of the world. No one dared to face it. Even the head of the Zhang family was shocked by the scene in front of him. He thought in his heart that this Xiaoyang was not simple at all. The Lan clan's patriarch was also alarmed. He moved over and arrived in an instant. Father, Patriarch, Lan Xingming, the Lan clan's first head, second head, third head, and many other members of the Lan clan immediately bowed to the Lan clan's patriarch. They didn't expect that even the patriarch would be alarmed. The Lan clan's patriarch glanced at them and immediately knew what had happened. He slowly lowered his hand, indicating for them to be quiet. He could tell at a glance that Xiaoyang was at a critical moment in refining pills. He couldn't be disturbed by what was happening outside. He also understood that this terrifying weather was caused by Xiaoyang. He couldn't see through Xiaoyang. Boom! Chapter 261. A ferocious bolt of lightning the size of an adult's arm struck down on the thunder pill above the cauldron. That was Xiaoyang's pill. The moment the bolt of lightning came into contact with the pill suddenly erupted with a tyrannical devouring power, directly absorbing the terrifying bolt of lightning. A layer of scars appeared on the surface of the pill. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Even the Lan clan's ancestor couldn't help but narrow his eyes and reveal a shocked expression. One had to know that the power of that bolt of lightning was so strong that even he didn't dare to take it head-on. Now that it was directly absorbed by the pill, it could be seen how terrifying this pill was. Even the Lan clan's ancestor had such a shocked expression, let alone Lan Xingming, Lan Jia, the three leaders of the Lan clan, and the other members of the Lan clan. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. The Zhang clan's patriarch's body trembled, and his eyes revealed disbelief. As the number one alchemist in the Zhang clan, and one of the few top alchemists in the two cities, even he couldn't create such a terrifying weather and lightning. This young Xiaoyang was actually able to do it. He couldn't believe it and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He looked at Xiaoyang with a shocked expression and felt that this Xiaoyang was too incredible and too amazing. Before, he underestimated Xiaoyang and thought that Xiaoyang's alchemy skills couldn't be compared to his own. But from the current situation, it seemed that Xiaoyang's alchemy skills were even more profound than his own. Everything he could do, Xiaoyang did. And everything he couldn't do, Xiaoyang still did. From this, it could be seen how big the gap was between him and Xiaoyang. A mere bolt of lightning isn't enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Give me a few more. 10 at once. Xiaoyang spoke in a domineering manner as he calmly stood at the side. His gaze landed on the medicinal pill, and then he looked up into the sky. As he formed seals with his hands, the dark clouds instantly began to churn endlessly, like a river that had collapsed a dam. His aura was astonishing, and the sound of thunder became even louder, deafening and causing the hearts of everyone to tremble. The 10 bolts of lightning merged into one and struck down from the dark clouds at an astonishing speed and powerful momentum. The appearance of the 10 bolts of lightning immediately lit up the entire Marshal city. Anyone who looked up could clearly see the shocking scene of the 10 bolts of lightning striking down. It was as if there was a great enmity between them, or as if they were trying to kill a murderous demon. When everyone from the Zhang family saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Their hearts tightened and they were terrified. Some of them even screamed in extreme fear. My God, this is the rhythm of the Zhang family's destruction. Run, run. I don't want to watch anymore. Help. Many of the Lan family's disciples were scared out of their wits when they saw this shocking scene. They screamed in fear, and many of them covered their heads and scurried away, wanting to leave this place. In an instant, they showed all kinds of ugly behaviors. It was very embarrassing. What are you all panicking for? It's just Xiaoyang refining pills. After all, the Lan family's patriarch was a 5th-level martial grandmaster almighty. He contained his cultivation and released a calming martial technique. Instantly, the entire scene calmed down. Each of the Lan family's disciples calmed down, but there was still a lingering fear in their hearts. Looking at the rapidly descending bolts of lightning in the sky, it was as if they were going to destroy the Zhang family. They had never seen such a terrifying scene before, so it was no wonder they were so terrified. Thunder absorption. Xiaoyang was in high spirits. His clothes fluttered in the absence of wind. Looking at the descending bolts of lightning, not only was he not afraid, his eyes were shining brightly, and his expression was filled with excitement. As his 10 fingers moved rapidly and formed a series of hand seals, the thunderbolt pill flew even higher into the void under his control. It erupted with an unprecedented devouring power and directly absorbed the 10 thunderbolts that came crashing down. Martial City, which had just been illuminated by lightning, fell into darkness once again. Everyone's hearts were filled with fear. After the thunder pill absorbed the 10 bolts of lightning, there were already 11 marks on it. Seeing this, Xiaoyang's face was filled with satisfaction. He waved his hand and said slowly, "Disperse." His words were the law. The thick, dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated, and the lightning disappeared in an instant. Martial City regained its clear sky. This strange weather had happened twice, causing many of the citizens of Martial City to feel flustered and confused. Many people began to talk about the strange weather that had happened today. Lan family. Xiaoyang stretched out his hand, and the thunder pill in the air slowly descended into his hand. The thunder pill was flowing with a 7-colored light and released a rich pill fragrance. The moment one smelled it, they would feel refreshed. Even their cultivation began to circulate automatically. The appearance of this pill attracted everyone's attention once again. One had to know that the terrifying phenomenon just now was related to this thunder pill. Not to mention the effects of this thunder pill. Just thinking about the terrifying phenomenon just now was enough to make people admire this thunder pill. Lan Xingming loosened her tightly clenched hands. Her palms were covered in sweat. Just now she was really worried. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that Xiaoyang would leave her. She was also afraid that the Zhang family would be destroyed because of this. One had to know that those 10 bolts of lightning were terrifying, not to mention destroying the Zhang family. Even half of Martial City would be destroyed in an instant. Fortunately, none of this happened. Xiaoyang, the Zhang family, and Marshal Yang City were all safe and sound. The Thunder Pill was also successfully refined by Xiaoyang. Her beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a smile as she looked at her son with gratification. Lan Jia was so excited that she clenched her hands and cheered. Hoyer, cousin is so awesome. You successfully refined the Thunder Pill. Xiao Man and Xiao Lian were also happy for Xiaoyang. The three leaders of the Lan family and the rest of the Lan family disciples also let out a sigh of relief. They looked at Xiaoyang with both fear and admiration. In their eyes, Xiaoyang was like a celestial being. He was high above and could not be blasphemed or violated. The Lan family's old ancestor smiled and looked at Xiaoyang encouragingly. He nodded and expressed his approval to Xiaoyang. Then he turned around and left. After all, this was a matter between Xiaoyang and the Zhang family's patriarch. As an old ancestor, he couldn't interfere. Even if he stood here, he was afraid that others would say the competition was unfair. Zhang family's patriarch. There are no judges in this competition. You and I are the judges. You say who wins and who loses. How about it? Xiaoyang withdrew the flame and let the Lan family people take away the cauldron. Then he walked a few steps closer to the Zhang family's patriarch and said with a smile, the winner and loser was already clear. Everyone's eyes were bright. They just wanted to see the Zhang family's patriarch's character. Chapter 262. Zhang clan leader, my Dan is right here. Why don't you take it and observe it? Xiaoyang looked at the Zhang clan leader's pondering face and couldn't help but remind him. He then took out the thunderbolt Dan and played with it with one hand. Previously, the Zhang clan leader wanted to use his own Dan to attack Xiaoyang. Now, Xiaoyang was giving him a taste of his own medicine. This made the Zhang clan leader feel an indescribable bitterness. After all, the two Dan could not be compared at all. Anyone with self-awareness would know that the Zhang clan leader had lost completely and Xiaoyang was merely making fun of him. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and looked at the Zhang clan leader with interest. There's no need to observe. I know you've won. Your alchemy skills are better than mine. I admire you. Regarding Zhang Zai, Zhang Dalong, and the Zhang clan leader, this is the end of it. From now on, I will cooperate with the Zhang clan according to your request. Lin Run will get 30% of the profits, and the Lan clan will get 70%. Goodbye, the Zhang clan leader said to Xiaoyang softly with a bitter face. Then he cupped his fists at Xiaoyang and left. As for everyone else, they were all ignored by him, because in his eyes, only Xiaoyang was worthy of his attention. Everyone else was nothing to worry about. Take care. I won't see you out. The Lan clan welcomes cooperation with you. Xiaoyang shouted at the Zhang clan leader with the attitude of a victor. Then he looked at Lan Xingming and gestured. Mother, he is the Zhang clan leader after all. He has cooperated with the Lan clan for many years. Why don't you see him out? Lan Xingming immediately understood Xiaoyang's intention and sent the Zhang clan leader away. In the future, Lan Xingming would be the Lan clan's representative. This was the perfect time to get to know the Zhang clan leader. Cousin, you are too awesome. Can you give me your thunderbolt, Dan? Don't worry, I won't play around. After Lan Jia saw Lan Xingming and the three leaders of the Lan clan personally send off the Zhang clan master, she returned to her playful and lively nature. She shouted excitedly at Xiaoyang, then grabbed Xiaoyang's hand in an attempt to take the thunder pill from Xiaoyang's hand. This made Xiao Man a little angry and jealous, but due to their relationship as cousins and her identity as a maid, she could only hide this dissatisfaction in her heart. Xiaoyang rejected Lan Jia and said, I can't give this to you. If I'm not careful, the entire Marshal Yang city will be gone. The power of this thunderbolt pill was incomparably terrifying. Only an alchemist could truly preserve it properly. It could not be casually given to others to play with. Hello, cousin. I am the 18th generation disciple of the Lan family. If you have any instructions in the future, you can look for me. I will definitely help you. And me, cousin. These disciples of the Lan clan saw Xiao Yang's outstanding performance, and each and every one of them wanted to curry favor with him. One had to know that even the Zhang clan master could not compare to Xiao Yang. It could be seen how profound Xiao Yang's alchemy skills were. Thinking back to the terrifying phenomenon that Xiao Yang created before, this made them admire and respect him even more. If they made Xiao Yang happy, Xiao Yang would reward them with 1 or 2 pills. To them, this was simply a banner that fell from the sky. Not to mention, there was also Xiao Yang's terrifying cultivation. If they could get a few pointers from Xiao Yang, they would also improve rapidly. At the very least, they would not have any conflicts with Xiao Yang. In the future, they might also need Xiao Yang's help. Who knows? Maybe Xiao Yang would help them because they met once. Therefore, there was no harm in getting close to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang did not coldly and arrogantly reject the disciples of the Lan clan. Instead, he smiled and got along well with them. Some gave them pointers on their cultivation, some gave them pointers on their martial skills, and some shared his experiences with them. To the disciples of the Lan clan, this was a rare treasure. They were all unable to contain their joy. After conversing with them for a full hour, Xiao Yang saw that Lan Xingming and the 3 leaders of the Lan clan were looking for him. Only then did he wave his hand for them to disperse. "Nephew, you are too awesome. Aha! You helped us vent our anger. This is the feeling of being proud and elated." When the 3 leaders of the Lan clan saw Xiao Yang, they couldn't help but praise Xiao Yang. They were excited, and their expressions revealed their excitement. One had to know that after Xiao Yang defeated the patriarch of the Zhang clan, Xiao Yang was the #1 alchemist in the 2 cities. As the closest to Xiao Yang, the benefits that the Lan clan would receive were self-evident. Not to mention that Xiao Yang did not reject the cooperation between the Lan clan and the Zhang clan. Instead, he helped them cooperate with the Zhang clan. This was equivalent to Xiao Yang pulling in another competitor to be the Lan clan's partner. If one was not broad-minded, it would be impossible for them to do such a thing. This was what made them admire Xiao Yang even more. It's just a normal operation. It's just basic alchemy knowledge. There's no need to make a fuss. Xiao Yang explained indifferently. Thinking back to when he was the eternal poison venerable, he had been flattered a lot. His heart was already as firm as a rock. How could he be complacent because of their praise? That would give people the impression that he was frivolous. Xiao Yang paused and said, "Mother, you haven't seen father for a long time and you haven't returned to the Xiao family in Donglin town. Why don't we go home? What do you think?" "All right, nephew, that's a good idea." "Sister, just agree. It's just as well. We'll go for a walk too." Before Lan Xingming could speak, the first leader of the Lan clan had already decided on this matter. Of course, he couldn't make the decision. At most, he could only give a few suggestions. At this time, the 3rd leader of the Lan clan, Lan Xinghe, and the 2nd leader of the Lan clan also agreed. They hurriedly said, "Go, go, go. Xiao Wangu took my sister away. Of course, we have to make a fuss about it." Lan Xingming and Xiao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since they had already spoken and their expressions were firm, and Xiao Yang's words made sense, Lan Xingming also wanted to go back to her husband's home. She simply agreed and said, "All right, it's time to go back and take a look. I haven't been to Donglin town or left the Lan clan for more than 10 years. These words made the 3rd leader of the Lan clan feel a bit guilty. It was their idea to ground Lan Xingming. "Then there's no time to lose. Let's go now. The hegemony competition will start in a few days. I still have to participate," Xiao Yang suggested. Lan Xingming hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The happiest person here was Xiao Man. She could finally go home and reunite with her family. Everyone dispersed one after another. They went to pack their luggage and ordered a few attendants to gather at the entrance of the Lan clan's residence. Then they walked towards the city gate. They were flying ships. Flying ships consumed spirit stones. For the huge Lan clan, This amount of spirit stones was nothing. However, they couldn't take flying ships in the city, so they had to walk to the city gate. Chapter 263. When they passed by the tea houses, restaurants, and streets, these places were very lively and crowded. Many of them were not from Marshallong City, but from other places. This made them happy, and they wanted to join in the fun. The first master of the Lawn family smiled and said, "The great competition is about to begin, so there are more people than usual. It's really lively." As a native of Marshallong City, they all felt very proud. "I will also participate in the great competition." Lawn Jaya pouted and said to the three masters of the Lawn family. Then she felt that the Lawn family was now Lan Xingming's proxy, so she looked at Lan Xingming and said, "Auntie, I will definitely get a good ranking in the great competition." Lan Xingming naturally knew what Lan Jiaya was thinking. Glancing at Xiaoyang, she regained some confidence and said, "Although the great championship is dangerous, with Yang protecting you, it won't be a big problem. When the time comes, you just need to go with Yang." Lan Jiaoye was elated. She looked at Xiaoyang angrily and said, "Cousin, did you hear that? Auntie said to protect me, or you will know that you are wrong." Xiaoyang was helpless, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Walking out of the city gate, the first master of the Lan family took out the flying ship. Everyone sat on it, and after placing spirit stones in the grooves of the flying ship slowly took off and flew towards Donglin town. In less than half a day, they arrived at the gate of the Shao family's mansion in Donglin town. The double-headed king snake was the first to sense Xiaoyang's aura. As the mansion's guardian spirit beast, it suddenly flew out of the pool, released the cultivation of a martial arts grandmaster, and flew directly towards the mansion. Its sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of all the Shao family members. They were all shocked and secretly wondered what had happened. Was there an enemy invasion? The double-headed king snake had always been very quiet. If there was nothing going on, it would usually fall into a deep sleep. Deep sleep was also one of its methods of growth. Dong, dong, dong. Shao family's bell suddenly reverberated. After the last battle, their nerves had become very sensitive. They would be vigilant and alert at the slightest movement. The sound of the bell was a battle bell. Small family members unleashed their cultivation and gathered at the training square. The three elders of the Shao family, the patriarch Pavilion Master Shao, and the patriarch of the Shao family flew into the air and scanned the surroundings with their divine sense, trying to figure out the situation. When they saw the person at the entrance of the mansion, they couldn't help but be shocked. Then their eyes lit up with joy. F***CK, it's actually Xiaoyang and the people from the Lan family. How many years has it been since the Lan family came here? Didn't they always look down on our Shao family? Quick, quick, quick. Prepare tea to welcome the guests. The Lan family is one of the two major families in Marshall Sun City. Our Shao family is very lucky to have you here. F***CK, what did I see? The third elder's wife is here too. Waha! Many Shao family members who knew about the situation were very excited. Their eyes were filled with excitement, not to mention the benefits of cooperating with the Lan family. Just the relationship of relatives was enough to make them proud. The servants who were standing guard at the entrance of the mansion all knew Xiaoyang. When they saw the young master, their eyes were filled with excitement. They grinned from ear to ear, and their faces were filled with shock. They bowed to Xiaoyang and said, "Young master, you're back." Then, without waiting for Xiaoyang's response, he hurriedly turned and ran into the Shao family. As he ran, he shouted, "Young master is back! Young master is back!" The Shao family was shaken. Everyone was overjoyed. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. The Lan family's ancestors' gaze fell on the many Shao family members in the training field. He smiled and said, "Xiaoyang is back." The third elder's wife, Lan Xingming, came back with him. At the same time, the three leaders of the Lan family have also come. Since you've all gathered, go and welcome them. Many of the Lan family members who had finished gathering couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Then they laughed heartily. They all understood what the return of the third elder's wife meant. They also knew what the three leaders of the Lan family symbolized. They also knew that Xiao Yang's return was extraordinary. They all knew that all of this was because of Xiao Yang's hard work. It was also because of Xiao Yang's contribution. In this world, there was nothing that Xiao Yang couldn't handle. Their admiration for Xiao Yang was even more excessive. In Xiao Yang's courtyard, there were many Xiao family members standing in a neat formation. At the front of the formation were the Lan family's ancestor, Pavilion Master Xiao, the Lan family patriarch, the three elders, and other higher-ups. After Xiao Yang brought Lan Xingming, Lan Jia, and the others in, they walked up and directly greeted the three leaders of the Lan family and Lan Xingming with warm expressions. Only Xiao Yang didn't seem to see him. This made Xiao Yang very depressed. Lan Xingming and the three leaders of the Lan family were flattered by the Xiao family's warmth. In their minds, they had neglected the Xiao family all these years, so the Xiao family should have a bit of a temper. In addition, the Xiao family had a prodigy like Xiao Yang. It was enough for them to put themselves in a position of pride. There was no need for them to lower themselves and be friendly with the Xiao family. However, the cold face and temper that they had imagined did not exist. All they saw was the Xiao family's sincerity and warm welcome. This made them extremely happy, and they hurriedly lowered their attitude and arrogance. They interacted with the Xiao family as hosts and guests, and they were all equal. Xiao family members were also flattered by the Lan family's attitude. Thus, they became even more sincere and humble towards each other. "Madam, you're finally back. How have you been these years?" Third elder Xiao Wangu's gaze remained on Lan Xingming's body. As a man, his eyes were still a bit moist. How many years had it been? The two of them could finally meet freely. They could finally ease the pain of yearning that was etched in his heart. "Husband, I'm very good. Yang came to visit me, so I followed him back." The moment Lan Xingming saw Xiao Wangu, the feeling she had suppressed for many years couldn't be suppressed anymore. She looked at Xiao Wangu affectionately. The two of them walked closer and held hands. This scene of affection fell into the eyes of hundreds of people. They couldn't help but feel envious and moved. The Lan family's ancestor instructed, "Wangu, go busy yourself with your daughter-in-law. We'll take care of things here." The three heads of the Lan clan also urged, "Elder sister, just follow brother-in-law." This caused Lan Xingming's face to turn red. She then left with Xiao Wangu. The two of them met for the first time in many years. Naturally, they had a lot of private things to talk about. The people of the Lan family were all brought to the main hall. The Xiao family's ancestor, Pavilion Master Xiao, the Xiao family's leader, the first elder, and the second elder personally accompanied them. Chapter 264. Of course, the people from the Lan clan didn't put on airs. On the contrary, they were very respectful towards the Xiao family's ancestor and Pavilion Master Xiao. From their conversations, they could tell that these two were very knowledgeable and experienced. This made them very surprised at their excellence. The Lan clan stayed here for a day and enjoyed the Xiao family's greetings. Then they began to cooperate in many ways. Xiao Yang didn't intervene in these matters. At this moment, Xiao Yang gloomily walked to the pavilion next to the pond. On the stone platform was the two-headed king snake. The two-headed king snake was originally dozens of feet long, but after seeing Xiao Yang, it subconsciously shrunk and directly coiled around Xiao Yang's arm. As a matter of fact, it was brought here by Xiao Yang. In fact, Xiao Yang didn't want to sit here, but no one cared about him. The elders were busy chatting and making deals. His father and mother hadn't seen each other for many years and were busy relieving the pain of missing each other. Only he was left alone. Fortunately, Xiao Meng, Xiao Lian, and Lan Jia were still here. Xiao Yang had a rare moment of peace. So he took out the flamingo bird and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm and let them play with the two-headed king snake. Lan Jiaya's eyes revealed craftiness and greed. While Xiaoyang wasn't paying attention, she approached them and took out pills and spirit stones, wanting to lure them away. Unfortunately, the 3 spirit beasts were staring at her, causing her to stomp her feet in anger. Boss! Boss, you're finally back. Boss, we missed you to death. When Xiao Qingmu, Li Dazue, Xiao Pai, Xiao Qinggong, Xiao Daliai, and the others knew that Xiaoyang had returned, they were all very excited. They came to look for Xiaoyang with excited faces. When they found Xiaoyang here, they couldn't help but come over to get close to him. Xiaoyang was also very happy to see them. He teased, "Good boy, your cultivation has improved. Not bad." After receiving Xiaoyang's praise, they grew even more excited. They all patted their chests and promised, "That's right, boss. We'll also enter the poison sect in the future. When that time comes, we'll be able to continue following you." They all had their own dreams and were in high spirits. Xiaoyang nodded and took out the realm breakthrough pill. He gave one to each of them. After they took it, they immediately broke through a cultivation realm. Xiao Qinggong and Xiao Daliai broke through 2 cultivation realms, which made them even more excited. They looked at Xiaoyang as if they were looking at a celestial being. They admired him to the extreme. "Boss, we are your men from now on." They hastened to show their loyalty and gratitude. Xiaoyang showed a look of disdain. He waved his hand and said, "That's enough. With your insignificant cultivation, you'd better get the hell out of here." Xiao Pai, Xiao Qingmu, and the others grinned mischievously. After bowing, they left one after another. After they left, Xiao Donglai slowly walked over and stared at Xiaoyang in a daze. Xiaoyang also looked at him meaningfully. He remembered that the 2 of them had gotten into a conflict back then, but now one was in the sky while the other was on the ground. The 2 of them could no longer be compared. Xiao Donglai felt that he had a lot to say to Xiaoyang, but after seeing Xiaoyang, he didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he cupped his fists at Xiaoyang and left. After he left, Xiao Qin specially came over. Xiao Qin was once a genius of the Xiao family. He even had a life and death pact with Xiaoyang. Of course, they eventually gave up on their grudge. "Xiaoyang, how are you?" Xiao Qin asked. Xiaoyang replied, I'm all right. How about you?" Xiao Qin chuckled. He sat down on the stone bench at the side and said calmly, "In this Donglin town, I can get whatever I want. It's all thanks to you. That's why it's okay." The 2 of them exchanged greetings for half a cup of tea's time and left separately. Xiao Yang brought Xiao Man, Xiao Lian, and Lan Jia back to the courtyard. Along the way, he naturally felt the gaze of the family's secret guards. Of course, he knew who they were and knew that they had no hostility. Previously, he let Xiao Di, Xiao Riyang, and the others go. They all became his secret guards. Who else but them would be watching him now? After returning to the courtyard, "Young heir, Jiaye is back. Come, sit down. I was just about to send someone to find you. It's time to eat." Lan Xingming greeted Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "I didn't know Mother had such good cooking skills. I have to try it." Xiao Wangu's spirit was more vigorous than usual. He looked at Xiaoyang with even more pride in his eyes. Haha, he just wanted to laugh. He was in a good mood. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang, he didn't know if he would have the chance to meet Lan Xingming again in this lifetime. Come. Young heir, sit down and eat." Xiao Wangu smiled. He felt that his son was his lucky star. Then he called Lan Jiaye. He felt that Lan Jiaye was quite a good girl. She was quite lively. In his heart, he wanted to matchmake the 2 of them. However, he didn't say it out loud. It was better to let the woman speak first. "Xiao Man, sit down too." Who is this next to you?" Xiao Wangu also invited Xiao Man. After all, they all treated Xiao Man as a family. However, when he noticed Xiao Lian, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Xiao Man was flattered and hurriedly said, "Master, madam, this is my sister. I will pour wine for you." She was very clear about her position. Although Xiao Yang's family treated her very well, she still remembered that she was a maid. Lan Qingming said, "Xiao Man, Xiao Lian, sit down. There are no outsiders here. You don't need to pay attention to those complicated formalities." Xiao Man was very grateful. She pulled Xiao Lian to sit down and ate very little. After the meal, after washing the dishes and wiping the table, Xiao Lian accompanied Xiao Man and sat on a stone bench. Xiao Man originally wanted to find Xiao Yang. However, seeing that Xiao Lian had something to ask her, she gave up on the idea of finding Xiao Yang. Xiao Lian sighed with emotion. Ever since she had found Xiao Man in Martial Yang City, she had only been observing and talking to her. She had also rarely done anything offensive. In the beginning, she felt that it was not worth it for Xiao Man. Their clan was extraordinarily noble in the Tsangmin territory and was worshipped by tens of thousands of dynasties. However, Xiao Man had been reduced to being a maidservant of a 10th-rate clan in this resource-poor place. This was simply a disgrace to them. That's right. Whether it was the Xiao clan or the Lan clan, in her opinion, they were the most inferior clans. There was no need to ask why she was reduced to a beggar and could only live in a run-down temple. It was because when she was teleported from the Tsangmin territory, all the resources she had on her had been obliterated by the laws of space. Of course, she could return to the Tsangmin territory at any time. The reason why she would rather endure hunger and cold than return was because she came here to find Xiao Man. Now that she had found Xiao Man, she wanted to bring Xiao Man back to her family. However, Xiao Man was unwilling to leave. There was nothing she could do about it. Chapter 265. Xiaolian, you should go back. I like it here. Besides, ever since I was young, the first people I saw were old Madam and Master. I don't know anyone else. Xiao Man naturally knew what Xiaolian meant, so she expressed her opinion before Xiaolian could speak. Sister, I went through so much danger just to bring you back. If you don't go back, wouldn't I have come for nothing? How can I go back alone? Xiaolian's expression was a little awkward, but she was helpless. If they were in the Tsangmin territory, regardless of whether it was Xiao Man or Xiaolian, they would be the noblest princesses. But now, in this place, they could only be reduced to servants. This was simply a great irony that was difficult to accept. The two talked for a while, but the matter was still unsettled. At this moment, Xiao Yang walked over. Young master. Xiao Man hurriedly greeted Xiao Yang. She liked to stay by Xiao Yang's side. Xiaolian was very dissatisfied with Xiao Yang. She snorted and tilted her head. She knew that the reason Xiao Man didn't leave with her was because of Xiao Yang. She didn't know what kind of magic potion Xiao Yang fed Xiao Man to make her so obedient. This really pissed her off. Yes, the blood of the Tsangmin territory flows in your body. Only people from the Tsangmin territory will have that mark. You should go back with Xiaolian. Xiao Yang said faintly. After inheriting the memories of the eternal poison sovereign from his previous life, he knew much more than ordinary people. Ah, young master, are you chasing me away? Did Xiao Mang do something? I don't want to leave young master. Xiao Man immediately became anxious. She was so anxious that she wanted to cry. Her eyes were wet as she knelt on the ground and begged Xiao Yang. When Xiaolian saw this, she became even angrier. In the blue underworld realm, it had always been people who would kneel and kowtow to them. There was no one who was worthy of them, kowtowing to them. However, after thinking about it, she restrained herself. She did not interfere because she was afraid that Xiao Man would dislike her. Besides, Xiao Yang also intended to let Xiao Man leave. This made Xiaolian even more unable to find a reason to scold Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's heart ached when he saw Xiao Man's tear-stained face. He hastily helped her up and said calmly, Xiao Man, you didn't do anything wrong. It's not that I want to chase you away. You can only grow better if you return to the firmament world. You'll know the specifics when you return. Staying here will only waste your constitution, talent, and bloodline. Xiao Man didn't quite understand what he was saying, but Xiaolian understood it clearly. She looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. She couldn't understand how this remote Xiaoyang knew so much, and what he said was true. As long as the people of the Tsangmin territory stayed in the Tsangmin territory, the purer their bloodline, the faster they would learn in all aspects. Their talent and constitution would only be developed to the greatest extent if they stayed in the Tsangmin territory. This was why Xiaolian wanted to bring Xiao Man back to the Tsangmin territory. Of course, his parents also missed Xiao Man very much. They had been forced to abandon Xiao Man back then, and it had become a lifelong pain. Xiao Man became even more anxious. She said, "Young master, I just want to stay by your side. I won't go anywhere. I don't care about talent, constitution, or bloodline. Young master, don't chase me away." Xiao Yang couldn't bear to see her say that. After a while, he said calmly, "Xiao Man, I'll look for you. You'll have to wait 3 years at most." Xiao Yang dotingly patted Xiao Man's head. To be honest, he was also very reluctant. However, reason told him that Xiao Man could only grow better if she returned to the Tsangmin territory. He couldn't delay Xiao Man because of this. Moreover, he also had a grudge in the Tsangmin territory that he needed to deal with. "No, no, no. Young master, I won't leave." Xiao Man hurriedly refused. It was also at this moment that the originally silent Xiaolian made a move. She tapped Xiao Man's forehead with a finger, and Xiao Man immediately fainted. "Xiaoyang, you're very good. I hope you won't let my sister down. I'll protect my sister for 3 years and wait for you for 3 years." Xiaolian solemnly said to Xiaoyang. Her impression of Xiaoyang had changed a lot. If it weren't for Xiaoyang's help this time, she definitely wouldn't have made such a promise. After all, it was too difficult to do. As the princess of the Tsangmin territory, she enjoyed all sorts of honor and resources. Naturally, she had to pay a price that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Xiaoyang nodded. He solemnly clasped his fist at Xiaolian and said, "Please." He treated Xiao Man as his younger sister, and as if she was his family. Naturally, he didn't want her to be hurt. However, for the sake of Xiao Man's better growth, he could only temporarily separate for 3 years. Xiaolian hugged Xiao Man and closed her eyes. She tapped her forehead with her index finger. Then, a jade butterfly appeared. This jade butterfly exuded a vast and ancient aura. The instant Xiaoyang saw it, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. This was a good item. It had already surpassed the heaven rank. No wonder the people of the Tsangmin territory could come here. No wonder Xiaolian was confident that she could take Xiao Man away. So it was because of this thing. You know it. Xiaolian asked Xiaoyang as she formed a seal with her hand. She couldn't see through Xiaoyang anymore. It was as if Xiaoyang knew everything. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "The fortune jade butterfly. It's an item that can teleport between realms." Xiaolian was shocked once again. She nodded. As the jade butterfly released light, she and Xiao Man were enveloped by the light. The two of them immediately turned into a small dot of light and disappeared. No matter how powerful the fortune jade butterfly was, it was only a magic treasure. However, the power of space was unimaginable. If Xiaolian hadn't hidden it between her eyebrows, she would have been crushed by the power of space. Xiao Man left with Xiaolian to the Tsangmin territory. This made Xiaoyang's heart feel a little empty. "Oh, you can't bear to part with her? If you can't bear to part with her, then why did you send her away?" Lan Jiaoye saw everything that happened here. Seeing Xiaoyang's melancholy expression after sending Xiao Man away, she couldn't help but come back and tease him. She knew very well that if Xiaoyang hadn't decided to send Xiao Man away, no matter how hard Xiaolian tried, she wouldn't have been able to take Xiao Man away. Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't respond, Lan Jiaoye felt bored. She simply stopped teasing Xiaoyang. She sighed and said, "I really didn't expect Xiao Man to have such a mysterious background." She didn't know what the Tsangmin territory was like. However, She could feel the pride and nobility from Xiaolian, who could travel between realms. Lan Xingming and Xiao Wangu walked hand in hand. Their expressions were relaxed and happy. It seemed that the two of them weren't in a good mood. Where are Xiao Man and Xiaolian? The first to notice was Lan Xingming. After all, women were more attentive. Xiao Yang explained. They both returned to the Cangmin territory. Don't worry, they're fine. Chapter 266. Lan Xingming was relieved. She had heard Xiao Yang's explanation before. Xiaolian was from the Cangmin territory, so it was natural for her to take her sister back. What's the Cangmin territory? Xiao Wangu looked at Xiao Yang and the others in confusion. He looked puzzled and said, You said Xiao Man went to the Cangmin territory? Where is that place? For this reason, Lan Xingming had to explain. Xiao Wangu was relieved. He told Xiao Yang, you must remember your promise and bring Xiao Man back in 3 years. He treated Xiao Man like a family member, so he naturally didn't want Xiao Man to leave for too long. Xiao Yang agreed. Looking at the time, it was time to return to Wuyang City. At this moment, a servant came over. Third elder, Madam Elder, young master, the banquet over there is ready. The ancestor has asked you to go over for dinner. Okay, we'll go over right away. Xiao Wangu agreed. Previously, they only ate in private as a family. Now that the Lan family was their guest, they naturally should eat together. Besides, Xiao Wangu also had to meet his 3 brothers-in-law. At the banquet, everyone began to eat after taking their seats. The higher-ups of the Xiao family and the Lan family were all here. They gathered at the same table, which confirmed the relationship between the in-laws and their cooperation project. The banquet was over, and the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. Ancestor Xiao, Pavilion Master Xiao, Clan Leader Xiao, sorry for disturbing you. After dinner, we have to return to the Lan family. We still have important matters to deal with. Next time, we welcome you to the Lan family as guests. The 3 heads of the Lan family stood up, cupped their fists, and said to the Xiao family's ancestor and the others, Okay. I think we should stay in Donglin town for a few more days. But if you're busy, you can go and deal with it first. Come back when you're free. Don't worry, we'll go to the Lan family to eat and drink when we have time. You can't drive us away. The Xiao family's patriarch flattered them politely. After the banquet was over, they returned to their rooms to pack up their belongings, and then gathered at the door. Other than the Lan family members leaving, Xiao Yang was also heading to Marshal Yang City to participate in the hegemony tournament. It was estimated that the hegemony tournament would begin in 2 days. Xiao Wangu also walked out with a large bag of luggage on his back and approached Lan Xingming. The 3 leaders of the Lan family didn't find it strange at all. They glanced at Xiao Wangu mockingly and laughed out loud. The patriarch of the Xiao family, Pavilion Master Xiao, Clan Leader Xiao, and the first and second elders of the Xiao family also laughed out loud when they saw this. Lan Xingming, on the other hand, had a shy look on her face. Now that the 2 of them could freely see each other, they naturally didn't want to leave each other's side. Lan Jiaye revealed an envious expression and said enviously, Xiao Yang, do you see? This is Auntie's true love. On the flying ship, other than the couple, Lan Xingming and Xiao Wangu, who were looking at the scenery in the sky, everyone else sat cross-legged and silently cultivated. Lan Jiaye clung onto Xiao Yang and chattered nonstop. Halfway through the journey, they heard sounds coming from below. Xiao Yang released his divine sense and immediately saw 2 familiar figures on the ground. It was Chief Instructor Wang and Li Qinghe. At that time, these 2 people joined Xiao Yang and helped Xiao Yang a lot. After that, they hurriedly left. They didn't expect to meet them here. They seemed to have encountered some trouble. The sound just now was the sound of an intense battle. You guys go back first. I'll go take care of something. Xiao Yang knew that they were all awakened. He then released his cultivation and flew out of the flying ship and landed on the ground. Cousin, wait for me. I want to go too. Lan Jiaye was someone who couldn't sit still. She immediately unleashed her cultivation and followed behind Xiaoyang as they descended. The people on the flying ship were helpless. They thought that these two youngsters were too impatient. Wouldn't it be fine if they just let the flying ship land? They naturally wouldn't abandon their juniors and leave. If they encountered danger, it would be troublesome. Therefore, they controlled the flying ship to slowly descend. After Xiaoyang landed on the ground, he saw the scene in front of him. Chief Instructor Wang and Li Qinghe were being attacked by a bandit leader and dozens of cultivators. These cultivators were using a formation to display strength that was not weaker than a martial ancestor realm cultivator. Furthermore, the bandit leader was a second-level martial ancestor realm cultivator. Therefore, they were able to force the two of them into a miserable state. You dare to go against our cool breeze stronghold? You must be tired of living. The bandit leader shouted at the two of them. He then waved his hand and ordered his men to maintain their formation and surround them. Stronghold leader, after we catch them, we'll chop off their heads and hang them in the market. Let's see who dares to interfere with our cool breeze stronghold's business. A bandit leader shouted loudly. His eyes were shining as he looked greedily at the two prey. That's a good idea. After we kill them, I'll reward you. The bandit leader laughed in high spirits. Don't even think about it. Li Qinghe was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged and his face turned red. He clenched his fists and roared at them. Let me tell you, even if we die, there will be thousands of us. You bandits who kill like grass will be punished sooner or later. Li Qinghe's expression was full of anger. He and his father were both from the Li family village. The Li family village was robbed by the Cool Breeze stronghold. More than half of the villagers were killed and many women were violated. This made the father and son unable to tolerate such beastly behavior. Therefore, in a fit of anger, they went to the Cool Breeze stronghold. However, they didn't expect the stronghold leader's cultivation to be so high. He had reached the second-level martial ancestor realm. Moreover, the bandit leaders had cultivated a formation to the point that they could display the strength of a martial ancestor. This caused them to be badly injured, and they were chased here. Father, what do you think? Why don't we fight them to the death? Li Qinghe looked worriedly at Chief Instructor Wang. His expression was resolute. At this moment, Xiaoyang and Lan Jiaye appeared in everyone's line of sight. Immediately, someone reported to the bandit leader, stronghold leader, there are two youngsters coming. That girl is very beautiful. Look what? There's a pretty girl. What's there to look at? Hurry up and send a few brothers to capture them. Do you still need me to do it? The bandit leader's eyes lit up and he immediately made a decision. Anyway, he was used to robbing people. It was like eating and drinking. Therefore, taking care of two youngsters was a basic operation. He spread out his divine sense and saw the beautiful Lan Jiaye. He couldn't help but show greed in his eyes and licked his lips. Yes. Immediately, more than 10 bandits left the formation and surrounded Lan Jiaye and Xiaoyang. You too, surrender. This way you can suffer less. Otherwise, you'll suffer. I don't think you want to experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Chapter 267. A bandit held his head high and stared at Xiaoyang and Lan Jiaye with disdain. His gaze lingered on Lan Jiaye's body for the longest time. Looking at Lan Jiaye's curvaceous body, his eyes revealed greed and desire. It was as if he couldn't wait to have this woman roll on top of him. What are you guys doing? Facing the sudden arrogance of these people, Lan Jiaye felt a sense of fear. She looked at them in confusion. She didn't know what happened downstairs. She only saw Xiaoyang coming down, so she followed him. Now that she saw them coming up to snatch her, she was a little confused. Plus, she had always stayed in the Lan family in Martialyang City. It was rare for her to go out, so she didn't know much about the insidious and dark things that happened outside. These bandits couldn't help but laugh out loud. They looked at the cute face of Lan Jiaye, and their desire became even stronger. Wasn't this the kind of pure and clean girl they wanted? Xiao Yang blinked his eyes. With a faint smile on his face, he explained on behalf of the other party, they are bandits. They want to capture you and take you back to become their everything. What? Lan Jiaye was suddenly scared. Once she thought of becoming their everything, she panicked. She immediately retreated and hid behind Xiaoyang. One of the bandits roared at Xiaoyang. Brat, since you already know our identity, why don't you hurry up and let us capture you? Otherwise, we will make you suffer. Another bandit said, Dao Ba, what we want is the girl. Why are you talking nonsense with this brat? Just kill him. That's right, brothers. Let's kill this man, and then the girl. This small group of bandits all laughed. Their meaning was self-evident. Cousin, I'm scared. You can't hand me over to you guys. I beg you. Lan Jiaye revealed a pitiful look and looked at Xiao Yang pleadingly. Xiao Yang blinked and glanced at the bandits in disdain. Don't worry. How could I let you get hurt? Then he immediately unleashed his cultivation and used the firmament palm that everyone in the Xiao family practiced. He slammed his palm down and condensed a palm print that looked like a 5-finger mountain. This palm print was flowing with light and released a terrifying aura. The power it contained was even more shocking. What? He's also a cultivator? The bandits were stunned, but they continued to attack Xiaoyang without fear of death. Go. What's there to be afraid of? He is just a minor cultivator. What kind of combat power can he have? His martial techniques are at most beautiful. Scar cursed loudly. While he was bolstering himself, he was also bolstering the courage of his companions. Sure enough, after he shouted, the bandits who were following behind him became much more courageous. Then they gritted their teeth and revealed fierce expressions. They roared and attacked Xiaoyang as if they were going to fight Xiaoyang to the death. Boom! Along with a loud sound, a clear, 5-fingered palm print appeared where they were. This palm print was 10 feet in size and killed more than 10 bandits. Yes, before Scar and the other bandits could even get close to Xiaoyang, they were killed by Xiaoyang. Okay, it's okay. There will be more bandits coming. If you are afraid, then wait here. After Xiaoyang dealt with the bandits in front of him, he slowly said to Lan Jiaye. Lan Jiaye immediately pouted and acted spoiled. I don't want to. I want to go too. Anyway, cousin will protect me. Xiaoyang really didn't know what to do with her. He didn't expect her to follow him. But now he couldn't just leave her alone. Helpless, he could only bring her along. The two of them walked until they were 10 feet away from the bandit leader. They faced the bandit leader and the dozens of bandits who were in a formation. Fort Master, this is bad. Just now, Dao Ba and the other brothers were killed by this brat. Someone immediately reported to the bandit leader. This made the bandit leader frown. Scar's strength wasn't weak. He was a 7th level martial master. The brothers he brought were also not weak. Now that they were killed by Xiaoyang, it was clear that Xiaoyang's strength wasn't weak. After thinking for a while, he said to the bandits next to him, You guys, trap those two for me. Don't let them go. I'll go meet that brat now. The bandit leader's gaze fell on Lan Jiaye's body. He was even more interested in Lan Jiaye. She was a top-grade beauty. If he could enjoy her, he would rather lose 10 years of his life. He exploded with his cultivation of a 2nd-level martial ancestor. In an instant, he was only a few steps away from Xiaoyang. His gaze fell on Lan Jiaye again. He almost drooled. The desire and greed in his eyes were undisguised. Little girl, if you follow me, I'll guarantee you a good life. How about it? He ignored Xiaoyang and tried to seduce Lan Jiaye with a smile. How could Lan Jiaye not know what Xiaoyang was thinking? Once she followed Xiaoyang, it would be difficult for her to even die. Her life would be worse than death. She blinked her cute eyes and giggled. She tugged Xiaoyang's hand and pulled more hatred toward Xiaoyang. Ah! I'm sorry, this is my husband. I will listen to my husband. Xiaoyang was even more speechless. Although this world didn't oppose close relatives, he still had a knot in his heart. The bandit leader's expression suddenly became ugly. He heavily snorted and coldly stared at Xiaoyang. He disdainfully said, "Brat, you're her husband? You better give her to me now. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Do you know how to write the word death?" Xiaoyang was too lazy to explain. Whether it was for justice or for Li Qinghe and Chief Instructor Wang, these bandits must die. Otherwise, how could he face Li Qinghe and his son? After all, those two had helped him a lot. "Cut the crap. Make your move." Xiaoyang roared. The aura on his body suddenly rose. He narrowed his eyes and fearlessly stared at his opponent. When the fight was about to start, Li Qinghe and Chief Instructor Wang saw Xiaoyang on the other side of the battlefield. They couldn't help but be stunned. Their eyes revealed disbelief. Isn't this young master Xiaoyang? It wasn't wrong for them to call Xiaoyang young master. Previously, they all relied on Xiaoyang. But later on, they had something to do and left. They wanted to avenge the victims of Li Village. But they didn't expect to meet Xiaoyang here. It was simply heaven's will. "Father, the young master is here. How, we're saved." Li Qinghe was very excited. He was beaming with joy. From the previous despair to the current excitement and desire to live. Chapter 268. Head Instructor Wang also smiled and looked at Xiaoyang in a daze. He knew that following Xiaoyang was the right choice, but he did not expect to receive Xiaoyang's help so quickly. "Yes, I saw it. Come, let's try again and restrain them so that young master can be relieved of some pressure." Head Instructor Wang said calmly. His martial arts grandmaster cultivation exploded once again, and he began to attack the array formed by the bandits. Li Qinghe responded and also unleashed his martial arts grandmaster cultivation. He used his martial arts technique and began to attack. The bandits immediately groaned inwardly. The array that they formed together could only display the strength of a martial arts grandmaster. Without the help of Clear Wind Stronghold's chieftain, they would not be able to trap Li Qinghe and his son. The bandit leader naturally knew the situation and could not help but frown again. He knew that the situation was urgent and could not be delayed. He did not waste any more time and immediately attacked Xiaoyang. Sun-piercing rainbow. He roared and lifted his right hand. A long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear was obviously a magic treasure of good quality. With his cultivation, the long spear suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a length of 10 feet. Its entire body flowed with a golden light, and it released a shocking aura. With a whoosh, the long spear immediately shot towards Xiaoyang, wanting to pierce through Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang sneered as the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. He did not seem to care at all as he raised his hand and clenched it forcefully. The space in front of him suddenly trembled. Under the tremor, his long spear seemed to have been crushed by some kind of power and instantly shattered into pieces. Even the bandit leader himself was affected. His face changed greatly and his eyes were filled with fear. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This long spear was his natal magic treasure. It was nourished by his qi and blood all year round. Now that the long spear had suddenly shattered, it had a huge impact on him. At that moment, it was as if someone had heavily hammered him, causing his heart to tremble. "You're a 4th-level martial arts grandmaster," the bandit leader exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. "Look at this Xiaoyang. How old is he? I'm old enough to be his grandfather. However, I've only been a 2nd-level martial arts grandmaster for most of my life. The other party is already a 4th-level martial arts grandmaster at such a young age. This is too terrifying." That was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that he had offended the other party. How was he going to deal with the aftermath this time? "Retreat. Everyone listen to my orders. Come and stop this person." The bandit leader immediately understood the situation before him. He knew that he was no match for Xiaoyang, so he wanted to escape first. However, he was afraid that Xiaoyang would chase after him. So, he ordered his brothers to stop Xiaoyang. This kind of shameless behavior was not an exaggeration when it came to him. However, when he gave the order, none of the bandits obeyed because his subordinates were fighting with Li Qinghe and his son. They could not get away at all. "Let's see who can help you now." Xiaoyang sneered. He raised his hand and flicked his finger. A powerful beam of light instantly entered the bandit leader's body. The bandit leader screamed and hugged his shoulder. He was no match for Xiaoyang. Even though he was injured, he did not dare to be angry at Xiaoyang. He could only run for his life, trying to get away from this place. "Trying to run? You don't exist here." Xiaoyang sneered. He took a step forward and used his movement technique. In an instant, he was in front of the bandit leader. He then threw a punch across the air. A terrifying cultivation exploded and hit the bandit leader's body. The bandit leader could not help but scream. His entire body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood. Ah, the leader is dead. "Leader? Run. Retreat." Many of the bandits' expressions changed when they saw that the bandit leader had been killed. They were terrified and could not muster up the courage to fight back. After shouting a few times, they hurriedly ran away. The pressure on Li Qinghe and Chief Instructor Wang was relieved once again. They sneered and looked at them with bloodthirsty eyes. They said fiercely, "You want to leave now? Dream on." They had been bullied badly before and were chased all the way here. They almost thought that they were going to die here, so this kind of hatred was the strongest. Not to mention that these bandits were stained with the blood of the Li family village. Li Qinghe and his son had no intention of letting them go. They started to chase and killed every one of them they saw. Previously, they were in a neat formation and even formed a formation. That was why they were able to suppress them. However, now that they had escaped, they naturally did not have to worry about these bandits. None of the bandits were their match. They chased after the bandits, who were scared out of their wits. More than half of the bandits were killed by them, but there were still quite a few who managed to escape. They were not satisfied with this and wanted to continue chasing after them. However, considering that Xiaoyang was still there, they could only give up for now. Li Qinghe and his son stopped their pursuit and unleashed their cultivation and movement techniques, returning to Xiaoyang's side. "Young master, thank you for saving our lives." They bowed solemnly and their faces were full of gratitude. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang's timely arrival, they would have died under the bandit leader's butcher's knife. You guys go do your own things. I was just passing by." Xiaoyang could feel their hatred from their actions, so he did not stop them. This made Li Qinghe and his son feel very touched. "Thank you, young master. After we finish our business here, we will go back to find you and follow you forever." Li Qinghe and his son said in unison. Xiaoyang did not force them. He waved his hand and let them leave. After the two of them used their cultivation and left, Lan Xingming, Xiao Wangu, the three leaders of the Lan family, and the other followers arrived. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, they knew that there was an intense battle here. "What happened? Yang, are you okay?" Lan Xingming looked at Xiaoyang worriedly and checked on Xiaoyang's injuries. Lan Jia giggled and explained, "Auntie, you don't know how powerful cousin is. He killed the bandit leader with one palm strike. That bandit leader was very powerful. Instructor Wang and Li Qinghe were not his opponent." They thought about the information they received and combined it with Lan Jia's words. Soon they understood what happened. So it was the Clear Wind Stronghold's bandits. Since Xiaoyang and Lan Jia were fine, they did not ask any more questions. "Let's go. There are only 2 days left until the hegemony tournament begins. If you want to participate, you better adjust your condition in these 2 days." The leader of the Lan family said calmly and controlled the flying ship to take off. Chapter 269. After arriving at the Lan family, Xiaoyang and the others settled down. Previously, Xiao Man had taken care of all the food and clothing problems. Now that Xiao Man was gone, Xiao Yang felt a little uncomfortable. He wondered if Xiao Man was doing well. Cangmin territory in a luxurious palace. When Xiao Man woke up, she saw that there was no one in the empty hall. She couldn't help but call out for her young master. Soon, Xiaolian walked in and explained everything to Xiao Man. Xiao Man's heart was dead. Her face was pale and her spirit was dispirited. In her opinion, only with her young master could her days be considered fulfilling. Without Xiaoyang, there was no hope for her to live. Xiao Man, if you want to be with Xiaoyang, you have to work hard on your cultivation. Improve your cultivation so that you can protect Xiaoyang in the future. Try to think about it. How big is the gap between you and Xiaoyang? If you continue to stay in that poor place, the gap between the two of you will grow bigger and bigger. In the end, you won't be qualified to stand beside Xiaoyang. Temporary separation is for the sake of being together forever. 3 years. In 3 years, Xiaoyang will come to find you. Don't you want to work hard for 3 years and make Xiaoyang look at you in a different light? Xiao Man was quickly persuaded. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in thinking too much. She could only work hard to cultivate for Xiaoyang. Xiaolian heaved a sigh of relief and patted her lower chest. To be honest, she also felt that Xiaoyang was not bad. It was just that he needed a long time to grow. Marshallyang City. These 2 days it was even more lively. The number of people gathered was more than 10 times more than before. Many people came to participate in the competition, and many people came to watch the fun. There were even people who came to do business, and so on and so forth. Xiaoyang was quietly cultivating in the Lan family. He knew that Marshallyang City had 3 sacred cultivation grounds. One was the 100 Poison Valley, one was the Wang family's blood pool, and the last was the Lan family's demon cave. However, the demon cave would only open after a certain period of time, and the Wang family's blood pool couldn't be entered easily. Therefore, Xiaoyang could only slowly cultivate in the cultivation room. These 2 days, Lan Jiaoye seemed to be making preparations. She didn't continue to pester Xiaoyang. It was rare for Xiaoyang to have 2 days of peace. Wang family main hall. The members of the Wang family had gloomy expressions as they listened to the report of the intelligence personnel. Patriarch, all the stewards of the Wang clan, we have already found out that the person who assassinated Wang Zilai is Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's crimes are innumerable. He crippled Instructor Wang's cultivation, bribed head Instructor Wang, humiliated Wang Zixing, and crippled Wang Zifei. He reported a lot of things in detail. In summary, Xiaoyang was their Wang clan's #1 enemy. He had brought them unprecedented humiliation and great losses. If they didn't get rid of him, he would be their shame for the rest of their lives. How dare you, Xiaoyang? How dare you humiliate our Wang clan like this? Our Wang clan will never forgive you. The Wang family head slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces. He was furious. The veins on his forehead bulged. His body released a dense killing intent. He couldn't wait to kill Xiaoyang right now. The other stewards were also boiling with anger. They were filled with killing intent. They couldn't wait to kill Xiaoyang. Wang Zidua stepped forward and promised to the Wang clan's upper echelons, Patriarch, stewards, the competition is about to begin. I will definitely kill Xiaoyang. He was one of the Wang clan's 5 geniuses. He had the cultivation of a martial ancestor. He was being groomed as the young patriarch. As for Wang Zidong, although his cultivation wasn't crippled, he was extremely terrified of Xiaoyang. When he saw Xiaoyang, he couldn't even muster up any fighting spirit or confidence. He was basically a piece of trash. Previously, he brought Lin Shanshan to see Xiaoyang at the Yulian. After knowing that Xiaoyang had abandoned his girlfriend and left, it was obvious how much he feared Xiaoyang. All right, Zidua, you should be careful too. Xiaoyang isn't simple. The Wang family head looked at Wang Zidua with satisfaction. His eyes were filled with encouragement and affirmation. Therefore, the Wang clan released a notice. Murderer Xiaoyang, I, Wang Zidua, will take your life during the competition. You better watch out. Whoosh! This news exploded like a bomb. Almost 1 million people in Marshall City knew about it. It spread through the streets and alleys. I know this Wang Zidua. As one of the Wang clan's 5 geniuses, he has the terrifying cultivation of a martial ancestor. Who is this Xiaoyang? Putting Xiaoyang on the same level as Wang Zidua is simply raising Xiaoyang's status. Xiaoyang is just from Donglin town. What right does he have to be compared to Wang Zidua? This time, Xiaoyang is dead for sure. I remember that Xiaoyang was in the limelight when he was in the 100 Poison Valley. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. The most talked about topic in Marshall City was Xiaoyang and Wang Zidua. Oh no. Wang Zidua said that he will take Xiaoyang's life during the competition. A disciple of the Lan clan ran in a panic and reported to the 3 Lan clan heads in horror. The 3 Lan clan heads couldn't help but frown. Xiaoyang came out of seclusion. After cultivating for 2 days, his cultivation had improved, but he still hadn't broken through to the next level. At this level, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next level. Lan Jiaoye came to find Xiaoyang. Cousin, why aren't you worried at all? It's been spread outside that Wang Zidua will take your life during the competition. Xiaoyang curled his lips. Who the hell is this Wang Zidua? Why haven't I heard of him? He might not even be afraid of the Wang clan head, let alone a disciple of the Wang clan. Lan Jiaoye immediately explained. Oh, maybe you don't know Wang Zidua. He's one of the Wang clan's 5 geniuses and has already broken through to the martial ancestor realm. He's a strong opponent for you. You can't be careless. Martial ancestor realm? Xiaoyang wanted to laugh. If he was only a martial ancestor realm, it was better to let him know his place and not court his own death. The current Xiaoyang might not be at a disadvantage even if he were to fight against a 5th-level martial ancestor realm cultivator, let alone a martial ancestor realm cultivator. He had already left his peers far behind. The competition had officially begun. It was a feast for millions of people. When the host floating in the air announced the start of the competition, the entire Martial Sun City let out deafening cheers. Their voices were like thunder, spreading in all directions. Many people were cheering, and many people were shouting. There were even cheerleaders waving flags and cheering. There were also actors performing on the stage to announce the start of the competition. The scale of the competition this time was much larger than before. Usually it was limited to the people under the jurisdiction of the city. But this time, even the outstanding disciples of the surrounding 4 cities were participating. Chapter 270. Among them, there were more than 10 outstanding disciples who were martial ancestor realm cultivators. So many people. Cousin, are you excited? Are you excited? As a contestant, Lan Jiaoye was with Xiaoyang and excitedly asked Xiaoyang. This place could hold over 100 people and was divided into different areas. There was an area for the contestants, an area for the audience, an area for the judges, and other areas for businesses. Xiaoyang's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. One of them was Wang Zidua. He'd already announced that he would kill Xiaoyang in the competition. As for the others, Xiaoyang didn't recognize them. Xiaoyang, you're finally here. I can finally kill you openly. Wang Zidua murmured, killing intent in his eyes. In the air, the MC released a powerful pressure that calmed the crowd down. The competition has officially begun. Any contestant with an outstanding performance has a chance of being chosen by the poison sect and becoming their disciple. Everyone cheered once again, feeling excited. Becoming a disciple of the poison sect was the dream of many outstanding disciples. It was also their pride. Those in the top 10 will receive great rewards. Do your best to fight for them. The rules of the competition are the same as before. It's a single elimination tournament. You can choose any opponent you want to fight. The judges will grade you based on your performance. The higher your score, the more likely you'll be chosen by the poison sect. So, you must endure as long as you can and do your best. After speaking, the MC waved his hand and balls of light appeared in the air. Every ball of light was an arena, enough to accommodate thousands of people to fight and test. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Many contestants circulated their cultivation and flew into the light, entering the arena. From the outside, these lights were about 3 meters wide, but inside there was a completely different world. It was like a Sumeru space. In an instant, thousands of contestants flew into the air. This shocking scene once again caused an uproar among the spectators. Shock and excitement filled their eyes. There weren't many contestants left in the contestant area. Xiaoyang, I challenge you. Do you dare accept? A short, dark-skinned man narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaoyang with killing intent. Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said calmly, of course. After instructing Lan Jiaoyi, he instantly stepped into the air and flew into the arena. The dark-skinned man snorted and followed. Wang Zidwa glanced at Xiaoyang and said angrily, someone beat me to it. Humph. I'll let you jump around a little longer. Sooner or later, I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he chose the arena next to Xiaoyang's and flew up. Lan Jiaoye was in no hurry to choose. She only stood in the contestants' area and stared at Xiaoyang blankly. She found the swarthy man rather familiar, but she remembered very soon. He was someone from Qingyang City. She cursed inwardly. That person must have deliberately targeted Xiaoyang. In the arena, the short, dark-skinned man stared at Xiaoyang with a sneer and said gently, Xiaoyang, my surname is Li and my name is Heizi. The reason why I've introduced myself to you is because I want you to understand that the person who killed you is me, Li Heizi. Xiaoyang was not surprised. He had sensed the other party's killing intent from the very beginning. Deaths were common occurrences in the hegemony tournament. Many factions and grudges were resolved in the hegemony tournament. Li Heizi, someone from Qingyang City, has Zhang Dalong bribed him for revenge? Xiaoyang saw through the other party's identity with a single glance, and he also thought of the Zhang family. Although the patriarch of the Zhang family kept his promise, that did not mean the entire Zhang family would follow through. He had crippled Zhang Dalong's cultivation, and he had even killed his son. How could he let go of his grievances just because of a single word from the patriarch of the Zhang family? It was perfectly normal for him to bribe the greatest prodigy of Qingyang City to kill him. Seeing how Xiaoyang had exposed his identity, Li Heizi could not help but grin. He murmured, smart people never end up well. Are you prepared to die, Xiaoyang? Do you have any last words to say? He possessed the great strength of a martial ancestor, and he was the greatest prodigy of Qingyang City. He was 100% confident that he could kill Xiaoyang. Of course, when Zhang Dalong bribed him, he had not told him about Xiaoyang's strength, or it would have been impossible for Li Heizi to be bribed. In other words, Li Heizi had been screwed over by Zhang Dalong. You're the only one looking to die. You'd best leave behind your last words first. Xiaoyang's face was filled with disdain. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of most of the spectators. Look, isn't that the greatest prodigy of Qingyang City? Hey Z, we support you. For the glory of Qingyang City, beat him to death. Hey Z, for the glory of our Qingyang City, do your best. Beat him up. Because the participants of the competition were from the 4 great cities, it was not strange that there were spectators from Qingyang City. The spectators from Qingyang City recognized Li Heizi as soon as they saw him. They could not help but cheer for Li Heizi. As the spectators from Qingyang City cheered, the spectators from Marshal City obviously did not back down either. They had all heard of Xiaoyang's great name and seen Xiaoyang's portrait before, so they recognized Xiaoyang immediately. Xiaoyang, beat him up. How dare someone from another city act so arrogantly here? Show them what's good for them. Do you think the people of our martial Yang city are easy to bully? Beat him up, for the glory of our martial Yang city. As a result, the ring where Xiaoyang and Li He Zi stood became the focus of everyone's attention. This was related to the glory of the two great cities, as well as a conflict between the locals and the foreigners. Hearing everyone's cheers, Lanjaya felt her blood speed up slightly as her heart thumped. Xiaoyang, you've heard it too. I'm the greatest prodigy of Qingyang City. That's publicly acknowledged. As for you, you're just a chess piece of the spectators at most. They just hope that you, the chess piece, can defeat me, no matter who my opponent is. As long as they're a participant of martial Yang City, they'll cheer and cheer like this. As a result, I hope you can find your place. Li He Zi enjoyed the cheers and cheers of the spectators very much. He looked at Xiaoyang proudly. Not only could he demonstrate himself in the competition, but he could also obtain enough benefits from Zhang Dalong, so why not? Xiaoyang blinked and curled his lips. He said scornfully, "What dogs hit #1 prodigy? You're just a martial ancestor, yet you're bold enough to act so arrogantly here. I'll teach you how to behave." "Humph, Xiaoyang, you're looking down on me, a prodigy. You're provoking my dignity. You're looking to die. Fine, I'll just fulfill your wish." Li He Zi could not stand Xiaoyang's provocation and humiliation. He bellowed out and immediately used a martial skill to attack Xiaoyang. Eat this, Black Dragon's Roar. Chapter 271. Xiao He Zi's martial skill was a profound realm martial skill. When he used the martial skill, a 30-meter-long black dragon condensed. The black dragon produced a dragon's roar. The dragon's roar was dignified and majestic, and it was accompanied by a terrifying mental attack. He had always been successful with this move. Basically, all those who clashed with him had been reduced to idiots or vegetative patients, or they had become mentally disabled people whose souls had been heavily injured. This was because he was skilled in mental attacks. He attacked the sea of consciousness of others. As Xiao He Zi used the black dragon's roar, the million spectators immediately felt their minds ache and blankness. The dragon's roar seemed to pierce through the ring. Fortunately, the ring was reinforced by formations, which blocked out most of the power of the martial skill. Otherwise, just the black dragon's roar alone would have been enough to heavily injure the souls of the million spectators, which was more than enough to demonstrate the terror of the black dragon's roar. Li He Zi, you're mighty. Oh, I'm proud of you. Li He Zi, you really are the greatest of Qingyang City. This black dragon's roar is so powerful. Many spectators from Qingyang City were extremely excited. Between them was a middle-aged man in a wheelchair. He watched the battle between the two people in the ring with a sunken face. He had disguised himself, so very few people could see through him. He was Zhang Dalong. After the competition between the patriarch of the Zhang family and Xiaoyang, it was no longer suitable for him to appear here openly. Moreover, he had bribed the greatest prodigy of Qingyang City, Li He Zi, to deal with Xiaoyang. He had no choice but to disguise himself. Looking at his crippled feet and sensing his damaged meridians, he suddenly felt like it was all worth it. "My son, I will avenge you. Don't worry," Zhang Dalong murmured in the wheelchair. "Xiaoyang, you killed my son and even crippled me. Now, I'll deal with the old and new grievances together. You can die. I refuse to believe you can withstand the black dragon's roar." Killing intent brewed in Zhang Dalong's heart. Xiaoyang squinted his eyes slightly. He had never thought Xiao He would be able to use a martial skill that attacked the mind. This kind of unexpected martial skill might be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when dealing with other people. But against him, it was obviously not enough. His soul was already strong enough, and this little bit of mental attack was unable to hurt him in the slightest. Then, I have a taste of my poison dragon claw. The venomous dragon claw was of a higher level than the opponent's black dragon roar. Furthermore, it was executed by Xiaoyang, a fourth-level martial ancestor realm almighty. The explosive power was comparable to shaking mountains and rivers. Roar. The dragon's roar was loud and clear, even more majestic and vast. Just this dragon roar alone was enough to shatter the opponent's black dragon. The poison dragon flew up and grabbed at Lihizi. Lihizi could not resist and was directly caught in its hand. Then the dragon claw fiercely squeezed, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lihizi let out a blood-curdling scream. Then the dragon claw loosened, and Lihizi, who was unable to use his cultivation, fell from the air. Bang! Lihizi's battered body smashed onto the ground, making a heavy impact sound. Wow! Lihizi opened his mouth and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as paper. His eyes, nose, and ears were also bleeding. It made people feel extremely miserable just by looking at him. How is it? Do you admit defeat? Xiaoyang looked down at him indifferently. His face was expressionless, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. The many spectators present could not help but cry out, "All hail Xiaoyang!" Well done, Xiaoyang. You've brought glory to our martial Yang city, the greatest prodigy of Qingyang City. Are you here to make a fool of yourself? What dogs hit #1 prodigy? And you want to show off in martial Yang City? Do you know you're in the wrong? Ah ha ha ha. Xiaoyang's defeat of Lihizi made the many spectators who were originally worried cry out uncontrollably. They cheered. With that, Xiaoyang had brought glory to them. He had viciously slapped the faces of the spectators of Qingyang City, who asked them to be so arrogant earlier. Just thinking about it made them feel elated. They were extremely excited. Qingyang City, why aren't you shouting? Why don't you shout? Is it because you can't shout? This made even more of the spectators of martial Yang City laugh out loud. However, it made many of the spectators who had come from Qingyang City feel embarrassed and humiliated. They had placed their hopes on Lihizi. After all, Lihizi was truly the greatest prodigy of Qingyang City. However, they never thought he would be so useless. Even they were unable to raise their heads. Go die, Lihizi. You've deceived us. Trash, Lihizi. We hate you. You've brought shame to us. Lihizi, you piece of trash. What greatest prodigy of Qingyang City? If you can't do it, then don't go up there and embarrass yourself. Even we can't raise our heads. Get down here. Bastard, you son of a bitch. You've brought shame to Qingyang City. Curses and rebukes rang out from the mouths of the spectators of Qingyang City. This made Lihizi so angry that he vomited blood once again. He had enjoyed the support and cheers of the crowd very much before, but now he was suffering and torment from the insults. He felt like the greatest injury did not come from Xiaoyang, but from these blind spectators. Zhang Dalong, who was in the spectator area of Qingyang City, could not help but sigh when he saw Lihizi's defeat. He slammed his own thigh heavily. Trash. You really are trash. So much for using so many resources on you. Yet you can't even receive a single strike from him. Trash. Piece of trash. He was extremely angry, and he was very irritated. In order to help Lihizi increase his fame and cultivation, who knew how many resources he had spent and who knew how much he had paid, all for the sake of hoping Lihizi could kill Xiaoyang in the competition. In the end, Xiaoyang had crushed him like a dead dog. This great contrast was difficult for him to accept. When he thought about how he was unable to avenge Zhang Zai, he thought about how he was unable to avenge himself either. Then he thought about how he had wasted so many resources and effort. He was so furious that he could not help but let out a great mouthful of blood. In the ring, Xiaoyang looked at Lihizi and thought. Interest filled his eyes as he murmured, Lihizi, you've been tricked. You've been tricked. Don't you know it yourself? He sold you off, yet you're still counting the money for him. Are you stupid? Against an idiot like you, killing you would only dirty my hands. I'll give you a chance to live right now. Admit defeat and piss off. Li Haizi glanced at Xiao Yang gratefully and said in a hurry, "I admit defeat." This was something that he could not do anything about. Originally, he had come aggressively to kill Xiao Yang and avenge Zhang Dalong, but in the end he had been subdued instead. What could he say? He had no idea that Xiao Yang's cultivation was so terrifying. He was a 4th-level martial ancestor. Then he thought about what Xiao Yang had said. Hadn't he still been tricked by Zhang Dalong? At that moment, Li Haizi hated Zhang Dalong to the core. Chapter 272. In this battle, Xiao Yang wins. 96 points. Haizi 8 points. After receiving the scores from the panel of judges, the host in the air immediately announced it clearly. His voice was loud and clear, such that everyone could hear him. This made the spectators of Martial Yang City even more excited. They cheered and cheered excitedly. It was an uproar. The atmosphere was exciting. Li Haizi had lost. He no longer had the face to remain here. Just like the spectators of Qingyang City had said, he had disgraced Qingyang City. He walked out of Martial Yang City alone and saw the disguised Zhang Dalong. It seemed like Zhang Dalong was waiting for him here. "Li Haizi, you fucking piece of trash. Good-for-nothing idiot. Can't you be a little more useful? I've wasted so many resources and effort on you. Yet you're giving me this fucking result? Can't you be a little more useful? You piece of trash. Smash it. Why don't you just die?" Zhang Dalong was extremely furious. He pointed at Li Haizi and cursed furiously. Even his face had become twisted. The disdain and fury in his eyes were indescribable. It was terrifying to the extreme. Li Haizi was already furious. Now that he heard Li Haizi yell like this, how could he endure it? Killing intent immediately filled his heart. "Old bastard, I've tolerated you for a very long time. You piece of trash. Your son was killed by Xiao Yang. You can't even avenge him yourself. So what use are you? What right do you have to criticize me? Even you are more useless than trash right now. You want to trick me, sell me and play me? I'll kill you." Under his fury, Li Haizi had almost lost his mind. He no longer cared about anything else. Directly grabbing Zhang Dalong by the neck and squeezing it as hard as he could. Who told Zhang Dalong to scheme against him? And who told Zhang Dalong to use him? If Zhang Dalong had told him Xiao Yang's strength from the very beginning, how could he have ended up in such a horrible state? At the very least, he would have been mentally prepared to accept it. He felt like this was all Zhang Dalong's fault. Zhang Dalong had hidden the information and information. This was a trap for him. Zhang Dalong's breathing became more and more difficult. He was almost suffocating. His face was red and his eyes rolled back. He struggled with his arms and legs, but Li Haizi's hand was like an iron clamp around his neck. He never let go. After a while, Zhang Dalong stopped moving and struggling. All the grudges, enmity, hatred were gone. Yes, he was dead. He was killed by Li Haizi. Li Haizi knew Zhang Dalong's identity. After he calmed down, he realized that he had impulsively killed someone. He immediately panicked. After thinking for a while, he saw that there was no one around. Those people had all gone to watch the competition. He immediately hurriedly left with Zhang Dalong and found a remote place to deal with Zhang Dalong. Competition Square. The lively atmosphere and excitement here would not be reduced because of Li Haizi's departure. So far, the top 10 geniuses had appeared. They were all martial arts grandmasters and were famous figures. They each occupied an arena, and no one dared to challenge them. Xiao Yang was not ranked first. Xiao Yang was ranked 10th. Wang Zidua was ranked 9th. Lan Jiaoye still didn't go on stage. Although she was one of the contestants, there were still quite a few people who didn't go on stage. The spectators from various cities all saw the top 10 geniuses. They were all in the light spots in the void. Those light spots were the arenas. Good job. Lan Xingming, Xiao Wangu, and many members of the Lan family were also watching the competition. When they saw Xiao Yang's excellence, they couldn't help but praise him. They were secretly gratified. On the other side of them, there were many members of the Wang family. In martial Yang City, the Lan family and the Wang family were sworn enemies. Their enmity had been passed down for hundreds of years. Both sides could only fight to the death. It was impossible to resolve. The head of the Wang family was also watching the competition. Many of the higher-ups of the Wang family were also there. They had already found out that Xiaoyang was the murderer who killed their members. They couldn't wait to kill Xiaoyang. However, they were not in a hurry because they knew that Wang Zidua would definitely kill Xiaoyang. Looking at Wang Zidua's ranking now, he was one place higher than Xiaoyang. Did this mean that Wang Zidua was more powerful than Xiaoyang? When the members of the Wang family saw this, they couldn't help but smile. Xiaoyang, let's see how long you can jump. You will fall soon. Wang Zilai and the rest can't die in vain. Xiaoyang must pay with his life. The members of the Wang family discussed one after another. They all hated Xiaoyang's words. In fact, the rankings above were only based on the performance of the participants. For example, Xiaoyang still had many tricks up his sleeves. Hence, his score wasn't very high. If it was based on combat strength, he could defeat the entire competition alone. Of course, Xiaoyang wasn't someone who liked to show off. He kept a low profile. For example, he had the ability to get first place. Now he was quietly sitting in the 10th arena, cross-legged, waiting for others to challenge him. There were still many people who had yet to participate in the competition. However, they weren't idiots. They wouldn't challenge a martial ancestor realm expert. Hence, the top 10 arenas were very quiet. However, the silence didn't last long. Wang Zidua's ferocious gaze landed on Xiaoyang. He couldn't wait to attack Xiaoyang. He initially wanted to kill Xiaoyang in the first round to avenge the deaths of the Wang family. However, Li Hizi beat him to it. Luckily, Li Hizi didn't manage to kill Xiaoyang. He left Xiaoyang alive. This was definitely a great opportunity for him. He licked his lips as the bloodthirsty gaze in his eyes grew stronger. He harumphed and stood up. He raised his hand and pointed at Xiaoyang. He then yelled in a loud voice, "Xiaoyang, you've killed many people of the Wang family. Now I'm going to kill you. Do you have any objections? Do you have any objections if I kill you?" If an ordinary person asked this question, they would have been thrown away. Oh my God, you're going to kill someone. How could he not have any objections? It was true. Following Wang Zidua's challenge, the crowd went into an uproar again. Look, the genius of the Wang family can't sit still anymore. He's going to challenge Xiaoyang. They've already announced this matter. Don't make a fuss about it. I wonder who's going to win. Wang Zidua is strong enough, but Xiaoyang isn't a pushover either. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be a fierce battle. Discussions could be heard one after another. The members of the Wang family smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that Xiaoyang's fate was about to come to an end. With Wang Zidua's help, Xiaoyang could only die. On the other hand, Lan Xingming, Xiao Wangu, and the others were worried. They frowned slightly. Although they knew that Xiaoyang was very outstanding, they still couldn't help but worry. Chapter 273. Don't worry, Yang will be fine. He can face many situations. Moreover, the grudge with the Wang clan will have to be resolved sooner or later. Xiao Wangu comforted Lan Xingming. He could naturally feel Lan Xingming's worry, not to mention Lan Xingming. Even him, who looked as if nothing had happened, was actually filled with worry. Lan Xingming replied, but she still couldn't ease her worry. Compared to the couple's worry, the Lan clan's first, second, and third clan's head were different. They looked at Xiaoyang with excitement. They had 100% confidence in Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had once been able to force back the Lan clan's 5 great martial grandmasters. This little Wang Zidua was nothing but a piece of cake. Lan Jiaya was still watching from the side. She wasn't here to participate in the competition, but to watch the show. At most, she would just admit defeat. Anyway, she knew very well that she definitely wouldn't be able to enter the top 10. The top 10 geniuses were at least martial grandmasters. Xiaoyang, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes when he heard the voice. He stared coldly at the other party, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at the other party with a smile that wasn't a smile. He didn't know the other party's name, but that wasn't important. What was important was that he could feel the other party's killing intent before the battle even started. As long as he knew that the other party was from the Wang clan, that was enough. Xiaoyang never had a good impression of the Wang clan. He snorted softly, slowly stood up and said, "You don't learn your lesson. Come, come, come. I'll teach you a lesson." Xiaoyang mocked. This wasn't the first time he had attacked the Wang clan, but they never learned their lesson. It was no wonder that he would continue to attack the Wang clan. If he remembered correctly, this Wang Zidua was the last genius of the Wang clan. The other 4 geniuses were basically crippled. Of course, other than Wang Zidong, who still maintained his cultivation. However, Wang Zidong was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Xiaoyang. To Xiaoyang, he wasn't a threat. Humph. Wang Zidua raised his head proudly and snorted coldly. As he stepped out, he instantly arrived at Xiaoyang's arena. He looked at Xiaoyang in disdain. "Xiaoyang, what goes around comes around. What goes around comes around. Now it's time for you to die. Wang Zilai and the others will not die in vain." As soon as Wang Zidua appeared, he began to criticize Xiaoyang, pointing out Xiaoyang's crimes. Xiaoyang was not afraid at all, and a cold smile hung on his face. "Mr. Wang, you can't find the culprit, so you're forcing the crime on me. Is this how you conduct yourselves? If you want to kill me, just say that you're jealous of my excellence. There's no need to come up with other reasons. This will only let the audience see your sinister intentions." Xiaoyang retorted. Lan Xingming and Xiao Wanggu couldn't help but laugh. They were the ones who knew the truth the best, and they were the ones who had received Xiaoyang's confirmation. However, the audience didn't know what was going on. Many of the audience members who had a good impression of Xiaoyang began to speak up for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang is a good person. Everything needs to be based on evidence. If it's a competition, then it's a competition. Why are you talking so much? Are you trying to stand on the moral high ground? That's right. Xiaoyang just made Wuyang City proud. I believe in Xiaoyang. Why are you talking so much if you don't have evidence? Seriously, just start the fight. It's such a simple thing, but you're making it complicated. Faced with the insults and criticism of the audience, Wang Zidua's face was as ugly as it could be. He couldn't help but snort. His face was frosty, and his temperament was cold. Scum. Humph. He looked down on these people from the bottom of his heart because he was a noble person in his bones. Xiaoyang, cripple him. Such an arrogant person doesn't have any morals. He only knows how to frame people. Leaving such a person alive will only harm the people. That's right. Xiaoyang, cripple him. Xiaoyang is mighty. Get him. Many people didn't have a good impression of the Wang family. Now, they took the opportunity to kick them while they were down and gloated. In an instant, Wang Zidua became an existence that everyone wanted to beat up. On the other hand, Xiaoyang seemed to have become the embodiment of justice and received the approval and support of the audience. This made Xiaoyang overjoyed. Many of the Wang family members heard the discussion around them, and their faces turned ugly. Their expressions were gloomy as they cursed the scum in their hearts. Xiaoyang, let's cut the crap. Let me see how strong you are. Wang Zidua's face was gloomy, and he said coldly. His expression was indifferent, and his face was expressionless. There was only killing intent in his eyes. The more the audience ridiculed him, the stronger his hatred for Xiaoyang became. He thought viciously that since these blind people supported Xiaoyang so much, then he would kill Xiaoyang and see their expressions. Humph, there aren't many geniuses left in the Wang family. You could have peacefully enjoyed your life. Now that you want to die, I naturally don't mind fulfilling your wish. Xiaoyang slowly moved his hand away and prepared to make his move. Under the stage, Lan Xingming's face was cold and ugly. She stared at the Wang family leader and said fiercely, "Let me tell you, if anything happens to Xiaoyang, I won't let you go." The Wang family leader laughed and didn't care about Lan Xingming's threat at all. The Wang family and the Lan family had been enemies for hundreds of years. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Threats were useless. This is the battle. Lan Xingming, this is a fair place. How can you disrupt the order? Let me tell you, the Wang family isn't weak either. If you have the ability, then come at me. On the stage, Wang Zidua took the initiative to attack. He unleashed his martial ancestor cultivation and performed a profound martial technique. Unity of man and sword. He used his best martial technique, the unity of man and sword. In the state of unity of man and sword, he was incomparably sharp and invincible. Whoosh! A light sound was heard, and Wang Zidua's figure disappeared. Then, a sword shadow was seen piercing toward Xiaoyang. This was a martial technique that he had never used before. It meant that he had hidden it during the first battle. Otherwise, his score would have been higher and his ranking would have been higher. You're too slow. Xiao Yang didn't use any martial technique. Just by using his own martial technique, he was able to cross 1,000 feet in one step. This shocking speed made Wang Zidua feel that he was inferior. He couldn't keep up with Xiaoyang's speed at all. Even when he wanted to chase after Xiaoyang easily dodged him. This made Wang Zidua so angry that he almost vomited blood. He didn't feel good, and his expression was extremely ugly.